Live now. Cool. Let's just have a quick check just to make sure things are running as they should. On the second screen, I just want to make sure everything is optimized. Because that's not displaying me as live at the minute. Why am I? Whoa. Shh. There we go. Definitely live on that now. Cool. And I should say live on here. I should also check Facebook as well, shouldn't I? Just want to triple check that everything is fully live. Yep, that's live, and I've got decent sound. I can kind of hear the music. And finally, the Facebook one. I have to switch accounts because I'm not on my main page. Switch to my page, and yes, live on that. 48 seconds. Cool. So everything's working. Right then, guys. So straight in. There wasn't a 1.61 update over this last week. I've been incredibly busy with work-related stuff, but we're going to be cracking straight on for 1.7. Our main focus is going to be time attack, time mode, and campaign mode today. Campaign mode, technically, we already have. I've just kept it there to remind me, hey, you need to have a mode where they can just play the game, and every so many floors, like, hey, blah, 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 blah. Whereas these two modes, they're not really going to have somebody popping up and saying, this is what's changed. These are going to be filmed more like the player has played a little bit, kind of knows what they're doing, and they're just trying to test how good they can be. Right, so first things first, we need to go straight into the main menu, and we need to change this draw setting, and we need to change this to 1.7, because I often forget to do this, so we're going to do that straight at the beginning of the stream. We know we are in the 1.7 day update, and we are doing our time attack modes and our timed mode. So, how are we going to make this work? What I'm thinking is, in this mode, Clever Workspace, is straight off from our main menu, we're going to click New Game or Continue Game. Well, we're going to need Continue for the campaign. See, that looks like it's crashed. Why have you crashed? No, stream's still going. Well, why is it crashed on YouTube? In this mode, what's late? Yeah, you should be. There's something funky going on here. I think that's called just. If I see it in the next 10 seconds, I know it's working. I don't think it's working. Or it's more delayed than I thought. That's called just. Yeah, there we go. Timing. Cool. Go. Right, close that now. I don't need it. I do need to have my Streamlabs open so I can see if somebody responds to me. Really, I should also have those two tabs open just as well. Oh, no, not Twitter. So, as I'm loading up these tabs that I'm going to need up on my side, just so I can keep things monitored if something goes wrong. Don't interrupt me. Sneaky beggar. We will be... Essentially, what I'm thinking is when you click the New Game button, that it take you to a new page, which has the different time modes. You know, obviously we'll have right at the top, we'll have the campaign mode. Underneath it, we'll have a load button. I will input the load button, but I'm going to leave it blank for now. Oh, I'm sure it's more streams there. Yeah, so we'll have like a blank load button because obviously it's not going to do anything right now because we haven't got the save state in there. And then underneath we'll have the, I think, time attack mode first, and then we'll have the timed mode underneath. The difference being is that the time attack mode will be, hey, I want to play this game for 10 minutes. And then you go off and you play the game for 10 minutes and you're given a score based on how well you did over that 10 minutes. Whereas the timed mode will be, hey, I want to do 3 floors, and then you get timed and you're given a score based on your time as well as probably the amount of coins you have at the end. You know, we'll come up with some kind of system to award for both time and coins. You know, maybe each coin will be worth, I don't know, like 10 points or 100 points or something like that. It's not letting me get to the right pages again. Why are you doing this? No, that's my page. I don't want to be on my page. And I most definitely don't want to go to Bad Shots page. Why would I want to go to Bad Shots page? He doesn't even post on it. It's the one with the names together is the page. I think. Huh. Oh, that's tragic. Anyway, I can't see why it's not letting me get to my actual page. I mean, it let me on it 2 minutes ago. There we go. Anyway, oh, that one's a lot closer. Right, so all three of them are up. We know things are running smoothly. Got my chats up. Cool. Right, everything's good. So, yeah, so as I was saying, so that second mode, the timed mode is you input the amount of floors you want to do, say 3 floors, and then it times how quickly you do it, gives you a score. Those shouldn't be too hard to do. Most of this will actually be coming from the button controller, I think. Well, actually, most of it will come from the buttons. The controller just tells it, hey, I want you to generate these buttons. New options, credits, and quit. Then, does it even draw itself? No, it just draws the little thing in the bottom corner. After that, it goes to the buttons. Buttons. Cool. So, currently, this is what new mode does. It loads these 3 buttons. Problem we're going to get is back. Back is going to be the pain in this. Because back generates certain things based on certain context. And we'll probably need a variable for that it can check against and then tell it, hey, this is what menu you're on, so you know the back button knows what to do at each stage. Let's see, because it gets rid of sliders and all sorts of stuff. And tells it to generate this control button again. Clicking new destroys the control button. So essentially the back button is going from whatever menu back to the main menu. And I have just got a message. Of course I get a message because I'm right at the beginning of the stream. Where else would I be getting messages to interrupt me? Sister. Oh, I know what she's saying now. She's thanking me for it. Sister's birthday. She's just thanking me for the birthday message finally. Hey, she only just got up or something. Right, so if this is going for this, and the fact of it's removing credits, it's removing all these sliders, that's getting us back from all different menus. So I want to say, okay, what we'll do is we'll have the controller create, and I want you to create a new variable. Call it step. You're going to equal 0. Okay? Back to buttons. I'm going to tab this out one. If O underscore. Oh, that's going to be a problem because this actually destroys it when it's. Oh. Oh, that's not going to work then. I see. Saw that first. Right, so I don't want that there. Delete that. I'm going to put you in the setup files. Setup, create, and I'm going to put you here. That's a good spot. Global dot setup equals main menu stage. Just so we remember what that does. I'm starting to have a few things just so I remember stuff. But I don't remember what these two are. Oh, they have to calculate. Step to junction and possible exits. Cool. Right, so it is doing step 0 at the stage. So let's change this now. It's no longer if that, it's now if global step is equal to 0. I double tap that. I don't know why it didn't come in the second time. Then I want it to run this command. Cool. Now the reason for this is because when I press this new button, now I want you to global.step plus equals 1. No, wait, don't do that because that could mess up things if things don't work. I just want to make it equal 1 at that stage. So, if global.step. Oh, wait, it should be 1. All of these do destroy the controller, right? So actually, at that stage, it would be fine. It wouldn't need to be. Yeah, that'd be fine at that stage. It's when we get this bit here. This bit is going to be moved. I'm going to slash star that out. Slash there. Because we don't want that bit now. We actually want it to create 3 new buttons. Right then. So I'm technically going to steal this bit of information. The only reason I've done it that way is that way we have these, so we know what they are, because that's going to be essential for the next stage. And what we want on here then is we obviously want campaign. Oh, we do all the caps, don't we? Where did space come from? Right, so I want campaign. I want the blank one. It's going to be our load button down the line. Right, well, let's just put the caps lock on. Time attack. And then I want one more. Control C, and we'll just place it down one page. And you are going to be timed mode. Time mode. And wait, did that say back before? Oh, I bet you it did. I bet you I just messed up. Let's just have a look. It did. So actually what we want to do then is we actually want to keep the back button in exact location because that's important. So every 200, so that's what, 5 and 7. That way the back button doesn't move ever. And then time, attack, and timed mode. Cool. So those buttons should now be created on the menu. Let's give that a quick check. Make sure it is working. Click new. Yep, kind of. We need to make those buttons a little bit bigger, I guess. Just so that they fit this. We might have to change how the boxes work. Nope. Why is my game moved over to there? Oh, I know what's going on. Actually, do it on the other screen. I've got my monitor set to my primary. Display settings. Screen 1. Make that my main display. It's better not move any more boxes around. It didn't look like it did. Good. As much as I love people seeing my background, who doesn't love people looking at their backgrounds? Why does it like that's not running? Definitely running. Let's just do a test of that. YouTube tends to get things the quickest. It's not. Oh no, it came up. Actually, looks at it. It's between Twitch and Facebook is the quickest. YouTube seems to be the slowest. There it goes, because they just come up on my YouTube. Okay, so I know they work now. Blank that out. How do you blank messages again? Properties, and it is browse, refresh cache. There we go, close. Cool. Right then, so we've seen the buttons go up. The buttons are actually a little weird on the drawing. Draw sprite stretch. from there across, right? Why is it doing that? What was that about? Is the regular box... Right, I think the regular box is 128. And that's spawning it in... Then it needs to... Yeah, that's spawning it off-center and then needs to come over a little bit. Right, so what I need in this is I actually need it to recalculate how big the text is. But it needs to draw this bit first. Oh, this is going to be annoying. I could do calculations so that it auto does it and just does things. But what I'm thinking is, don't do that. I'm thinking, let's just turn this into a, if this, do this, if not, do this. Okay. If. Is it my text, I think it's called? Oh, no, it's just name. If name is equal to campaign. Oh, no, it needs to be, it's in caps. If it equals to campaign, or, I'm just going to copy this because I'm lazy. If it equals to, oh, I'm never going to get used to that. Timed mode, or time attack. So if it's equal to these, I'm going to put this in brackets because that usually helps because then it'll come out as 1 or 0. If it's that, do that. Else, this is where the problem's out. Else, I want you to do this. Why is that highlighting that this is wrong? Unexpected expression. Unexpected bracket. Just because all this is in caps and shouldn't be. There we go, that fixed it. See, it's the problem with capitalization. So that's now fixed and in and working again. So if it's this, then all I want you to do, I want you to redraw this just because I can't be bothered doing calculations. I want you to make this, it's based on a 128 in the center, 64 off either side. So if I increase it by, another 64. So if I put this over to 128, I would need to add 128 onto this. That would be 356, 376, 384. Cool. I should actually calculate that backwards. That should now generate those boxes in the correct views. I hope. New. Right, so campaign isn't being typed into full caps, and it still needs to be a little bit bigger. Right, so we made a mistake generating these buttons. No, it's done in this step. Yep, see, lowercase. Told you. Capitalization is okay. I spell campaign. Am I spelling this right? Me, my dyslexic ass. Campaign. Google. I'm spelling it right. Cool. Campaign. Global Video Magazine cover. Game. Yeah. Spelling it right. Don't know why I'm questioning myself. I'm questioning myself because I say I am massively dyslexic and I'm kind of conscious of my spelling. I know, for instance, in is it my settings? No, it's we don't touch that. It's actually the set files. I know there is one I spelled wrong. So this complete. That's how you spell complete. Complete. but it works, and I'm not going to go through all my code just to change one spelling. So that should now work. I'm starting to think, yeah, I might just increase the box. I mean, they just touch the inner lines. On this one, they're touching the outer, but the box is now bigger. I could keep that one to that size and then just make these two bigger. That might work. Well, that will work. Right, so slight change now then, because I know that. Else if, oh, for God's sake, capitalization. Else if. So it's going to do the exact same thing. It's just I want to have one box different. Huh. I just thought, I don't need this. I don't need this either. Wait, do I? Do I? Go back. Go back. We can delete this temporarily. Just let me look at that again. Let me look at that one more time. Oh, it's just centralized. Cool. Yeah, so I don't need those lines. This, get rid of. If I put that outside of here, then it's just the box that needs redrawing. That makes a lot more sense. Nice. Else if I'm going to get rid of that line. I'm going to get rid of this a little bit. I'm going to copy all of this. Control C, delete it from that line. Else if this, then I want you to redraw this box again. That's that entire line. I want to redraw this box again. But let's make it 32 bigger. So make this 32 pixels bigger. That would be what, 416? Wait, that was 416? Oh crap. Yeah, it's 416. Why am I questioning myself so much today? And then add 32 onto this, 160. Let's just have a look, see how that looks now. New. Yeah, sweet, that looks good. Oh, actually, that's offline. That's further right than it is left. Have I gone everyone? Oh, they're all central. That's central. Have I made a mistake with the maths? Because that looks like I've made a mistake. That is further left than it is right. So there's something wrong with those buttons. I've done something wrong with these numbers. Right, let's load up a quick calculator. Okay, so what we've established is the middle is 256 minus 64 times 2. Okay, so there's 128 in the middle. So if I add 160 on, twice, 448. So how did I get to that number? I must have done something wrong in my code. I must have added the numbers wrong. That's probably going to make the box look huge. Oh no, actually it looks fine. It looks fine. Cool. Admittedly, the graphics aren't the best at the minute, but still, we're not on graphics mode. Where graphics mode, improving the graphics is something for much, much later down the line. Right then. In any case, no matter which one of these modes we click, I want this. Where am I going? Steps. All three cases of these buttons are going to pretty much do the same thing. See, this is going to mess this up now. Because this is predefined within the limits of the box. Damn it. What's that underscore cell thing about? Else cell equals 0. What's this all about? Is that legacy? Edit. Can find. Underscore. Sell. Oh, that's the bit that makes it highlight if you go over the box, right? You see, now this is where this is going to get annoying. Because these are different. All right, so what we would need to redo is we need to now recalculate these, figure out how big the box is, and then just do another else if command, which is exactly the same thing. Yes. So, let's just copy this. If and name is equal to campaign. I just ruined the spelling of that again. And no, remember, it's capitalization. You have to get the correct casing. If you don't get the correct casing, things don't work. So if all of these are true, I'm going to put this in brackets because once again, it does help. Because that just makes the entire statement either a 1 or a 0. It's not checking each thing to make sure they're all 1s. Well, in this stage, it checks it all if that they are all 1s or 0s. But the if only sees either the one continuous 1 or the one continuous 0, not 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 or 1, 1, 1, 0, 1. Blah, blah, blah. It makes the calculation easier for the if. Right, so campaign. If it's campaign, how big is this box now? I need to take the numbers. Right, I believe Y is still the same. So, how big did I make that box? I cannot see it properly. Right, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to copy these numbers here just for my sakes so I can see things a bit easier. I'm just going to paste them there for now. Right, so based off this, the Y I don't need to worry about. This is still 32. And then it's just, what, that minus that? Yeah. Cool. So that makes this a little easy to work out. So it's 128. And it's 384 minus 128. That's 256, correct? Yes. Cool. Delete this bit. All right, I'm going to do another one here. It's exactly the same. Need any information in it right now. And I'm going to take the numbers for the button again. Let's quickly move it across. And then back to step. Paste it there again. So once again, these two numbers are exactly the same. So this is 160 now. And what's 448 minus 160? If only I was a superhuman calculator. So delete them, 288. So plus 288. Cool. So that's that. But at the same time, we need this to have another set of brackets within it. Because this is actually going to be caps lock on for this. Time attack. Oh, no. No. Remove it. Or name equals timed mode. I did the little T again, didn't I? Timed mode. Now, essentially, the reason I've done this is because now this little section here will return either a 1 or a 0 based on this. So you could have it doing and these and ors, all these ands, and then have this or this. this can sometimes will then confuse it when it comes to the ands. You know, if you add more statements at the end, it'd be like, oh, is it all these with ands or all these with the ands? But if you simply put the little bracket in, it fixes the entire problem. I've got one too many brackets there. So there should be, oh, and I've missed a column. I'm going to sneeze. So, if campaign mode, do that. If not, do that. So, it should still do the highlights. Then I need to do this exact. Now, in this case, now I need to put else. Oh, so I've got a caps lock. Else if do this. And in this case, else if do this. A little too quick typing there. In all these situations, it should also keep the select. So, this should now allow for me to highlight over those boxes, but still not be able to click them. But should allow for all the other boxes to still function. So there we go. So I can click on them. Doesn't do anything. You can see these all, well, they won't function anyway because there's no thing on it. But it allows me to do it based on me entering their box, not the other boxes. Backsplit button still works. Cool. So that is working. Step. So the draw function works and that function works. Now, at this stage, what I need to now do in all of these cases is if they're clicked. Oh, no. Right, so if the button is clicked, it doesn't need to check the name for this because this is essentially just saying, hey, if it's within this boundary and it's this box, it has to be this very specific box, not a potential box. Then you can do these commands. So just if it's left click, then I want you to destroy all the buttons. The button controller's already been destroyed, obviously, so we don't need to worry about that. I want you to change the global step to 1. Step to equal 1. And then I want you to generate these buttons right here. I can delete this section now because we have a reference to it. So essentially, if you click this very particular button, whilst you're within these boundaries, and if you're within these boundaries and the button is called this, which is only that one button, if you left, it brings up the select, which makes it do the highlight. And if the button is then clicked, it sets the global variable step to 1, destroys all the buttons, and generates the old seed random back buttons. Now, this is where we get the fun bit, because now, else, what I want it to now do is that saying, hey, we're now on the button bit, this particular stage where this is up. What I want it to do now is I want it to destroy buttons, as always. So I'm actually going to remove that from that line. Because no matter what, if you're clicking back, you're destroying buttons. All the buttons will get destroyed. It's a guaranteed thing. But now, rather than creating this, the button controller, which should be the main menu again, I want you just to create these buttons again. Oh, these all need tabbing out one. Let's give that a quick test. See, that brings them up. Let's click back, takes us back to this menu, press back again, and I think it just broke. No, it won't go back. Ah, I know why. Because that global campaign button is still, the global step button, should I say, is still set to 1. Equals 0. You do that. New. campaign, brings it up, press back, goes back to that, press back again, quits. Cool. So that works. It's good to see. Good to see things are working. Let's get rid of these debugger and this thing. Nice. So those are now working. And essentially the same thing is going to be happening in this mode. However, in this case, it needs to have the if name is equal to timed mode. Do that. Else do that. So, because that's only going to be those two buttons, and in both situations, it's going to be doing the exact same thing. So let's copy this into here. And tap that out one step. I'm going to copy it from here again now, so everything's tapped out correctly. Cool. Now, this might seem a bit rudimentary of, hey, why does it really matter? Well, really, we could actually lower this a little bit more. Technically, we don't need most of that, so let's actually Z them out. I'm actually going to put that here. Okay. I don't know how to do the reverse tabbing on this, so I'm just going to manually do it. Because essentially, we want it so if the button is I see. We're actually making a mistake there when we were typing that. We don't want that there. We don't want the name and then A. If you click it and do this, we want it the other way around. We want it if it's within these confines. Yes, you want to click it and do these things, but based on what the name of the button is, you have to have it do something else. Because either way, it's going to be generating these lines. It's going to be making the seed the random and the back one. It has to do that. It has to do it every time. But it's what it does elsewhere. Now, this is where these become different, why we had to isolate all three of these situations. Because what we need now is we need a new setup. No, we don't want it in setup. We want it in script files. Now, where do we want this? We want this at the top because this is going to be very important. Global dots game type. Let's do 0. I don't know why that's tabbed out. That is where the difference is going to be. The game type. These three buttons will each set the game type slightly differently. And I'm going to maximize this. So, if you click on this, then generate these buttons, and I want you to set the global dot game type. Oh, we've got to get the capitalization correct. To now equal to 1. And then we're coming down to this one. So if they do it on time tap mode, then global dot game type becomes equal to 2. And if it's the only other option that you can choose, it becomes 3. That gives us our 3 different game modes. So when the game loads, it should know this is what you need to run. You need to run these particular 3 things. And in this case as well, when we click back, so if it's on step where it's loading these buttons, Let things out. So you click the button, it goes to the main menu. Yeah, so this is essentially, I'm going to tap this. If game mode has been selected. That's what just confused me there. I started thinking, when's this coming? So at this point, global.game mode. Oh, spelled global wrong. Game type becomes equal to 0 again. So it unsets it. Obviously, we don't want it to potentially go forward and try setting itself over and over again. That was set in the script, correct? Yes, I did that in the script. So that way, if we quit the game, it should then revert back to 0. So we're not going to make any mistakes with that. Cool. Now, at this stage, this shouldn't really affect anything. I'm going to run a debug mode. New mode. Did I get them the right way around? Time attack and time mode. I might have got them the wrong way around. So our variables, nope, we need to pause. Global variables, we want find game type. Game type is still equal to 0. Good. If I choose time attack mode, pause it. Game type, where is it again? There it is. Yes, I've got them the wrong way round. So we need to edit that. Because, oh, no. Wait, did I? Oh, it's there. I'm looking at the wrong button. I need to actually come up with an icon for this at some point as well. Right, so if I now click back, the game crashes. Oh, because the game's still paused. Aha. Back. Didn't crash. If I pause it, game type should now return to 0 again. It has. And then just as a make courtesy to make sure everything is still working, game, if I click random, the game does still load. Good. Good, so that works. So now we have the option to be able to choose between our game modes. However, timed mode is actually the second one. I should have realized this because we have the buttons generated here. Campaign time attack, time mode is last. So I'm going to change that to, where are you? Time. I could just reverse the 2 and the 3, but let's do it properly. Time attack. Nice. So, we have our ability to choose our 3 different modes. Campaign mode obviously is going to do absolutely nothing when the game loads, and these 2 modes will change things when the game starts. Then we have our seed and random buttons, which opens the seed maker, or just sets the tracks and then goes to the dungeon. Right, so these now need to change. Well, not so much this one. This one is fine because it's still going to go to the seed maker. So when the seed maker maxes out, and I can't remember how this works fully. Yeah, then it just goes straight to the dungeon. So in those cases, it needs to now change what it does. Obviously, it's not going straight to the dungeon. If it's that, then I want you to start a new chain. If, oh, you know what? We don't need to do that, do we? Yeah. If global dot game type, I was wondering if we could have just put this as a mass command in our. I'm going to double check before I carry on. We're currently in the seed maker. Dungeon controller. Yeah, that should be fine. Because every time a new game starts, if you come from our end screen, I believe it recreates the dungeon controller. Resets outline. Resets cleared. Generates the next button. Oh, for God's sake. I'm going back and forth on this. And buttons. Step. Next. Go to room dungeon. Oh, yeah, so then every time the dungeon is generated. Because you are not persistent, are you? Not the end screen, dungeon, dungeon controller. You are not a persistent object, are you? No, see. So that would regenerate every time, so it's a good thing we're not putting it on there. So we were in the seed maker step. So if global, game type is equal to 0, all the way around, equals 0, then I want you to just do that. I'm going to bracket this at the end of this line rather than be multiple lines. Because in the situation of that, it's clearly doing what it's supposed to do. It's just going into the game. Nothing new needs to be generated. Right. No, that's not going to work. That's still going to work. Or will it? No, we don't need to do this. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. So let's just keep this very simple. Oh, I'll keep that bracket there. So just go to the dungeon. Right. What I'm thinking is, in the setup file, we're actually going to have another one. Level dot. There's probably an easier way to do this. Nope. Well, there would be, because then we just have to look at the timers and such. So that's stuff for getting the game started. Blood types, fairy counting, water time, what levels. These are all the globals. Timer equals 0. Is there already a timer in this game? Gold timer? I didn't think I had a timer. Ah, that displays it, so it tells you. I know what that one's about. That is time for the stage. Timer for game modes. That being the difference. That one is the one that comes up at the end, and when you get to the end screen, it tells you, hey, it took you 13 seconds to do this level. It took you 5 minutes to do this level. Do I actually have that in minutes, or is it just in seconds currently? No, I'm looking at end screen object. Draw. Something timer. Yeah, that's just in seconds. We should probably change that to minutes as well. Just trying to look at some of these things. I'm guessing the next button is what resets the timer. It's hard to remember what I did all that time ago. Trouble with generate a dungeon. Dungeon controller, do you reset the timer? No. So what resets the timer? As I can see, nothing actually does reset the timer. Next one, that definitely had nothing mentioning timer. Okay, let's just do a global search again. Oh, we've got it here, anyway. Time is equal to a timer divisible by 60. And that is in the game event, and then it uses that to work out what the time is. Setup set it back to 0. And what's this one? This is the... Oh, that's his internal timer. With a capital T. We just want the one with the lowercase t. Keeps increasing it. So they're internal timers, there's internal timers. No, nothing actually resets the timer apart from the thing. So that's going to continually add up based on the game score. Right, so at this stage then, global dot time 0. So it just resets that timer. We don't need it to continually add up. We just need it to set the time, put it in here. In this case, I'm actually going to slightly adjust this because that's how many seconds are in it. So I'm going to say time S. S. Right, then we're going to have a time, if I can type M. This is going to be equal to time S div, oh no, lowercase div 60. Yes, so let's carry all the second. Right, so that tells me how many seconds there currently are. And that comes up, gets the amount of minutes. I like how we're going way off from the time set. We're trying to correct something here. So that tells me how many minutes there is based on how many seconds there are. At this point, we want to time S now becomes equal to time S mod 60. So that's how many seconds are left. Now we have the minutes separated out. I'm going to slightly change this now. So time is now equal to one bracket that. Add that 2 spaces away. Then we have time S, time M. In this case, we actually do need to set these first. Time S equals 0 and time M equals 0. So if we get a situation where this should auto set itself, it should still say 0 if it's under, but it's good to just check it and make sure it is working. Let's just do a quick time run on the campaign mode. Random seed doesn't really matter. We can just exit because I have reset this to have a 0 blood cleanup rate for us to leave the map. There we go, 0:11. Cool. And we don't need to run the second one because we already know the time has now reset, so it should reset itself. And then the next time this comes in, this is why this is important to have these preset, because we don't want this somehow screwing up and then bringing in time from the previous one. I'm going to keep looking over here because I'm trying to chat every now and again. So that works, but we need to go back to the actual time mode now. So Dungeon Patrol. We can do it off this. If global dot game start is equal to 0, then I want you to set game. Oh, we need to have global in that. We need to have this change itself 1, meaning that the game has now started. It is to generate things based off blah, 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 blah. But then every time this now regenerates down the line, I don't want it to generate another version of itself. It needs to stay as it is. To change where I'm sitting. This is actually kind of uncomfortable, this chair. Needs a pillow or something on it. Right then. So that is now set. Now, how are we going to make this work? We need it to generate an object. We need it to generate a timer object. And then when these objects generate, they're the ones that are going to do the actual time. They're going to say, hey, I need you to generate something. So what it needs a way for it to turn around and be like, we need to generate a box. We need to generate the time box. I'm thinking bottom left corner, so it's out of the way. That will then generate the time. It will clock up or clock down based on the game mode. And then when that hits 0 or the maximum amount it's meant to hit, and based on its game mode, so if it's game mode 2 and it's, I'm trying to remember which way around, if it's game mode 2 and the time hits 0, or it's game mode 3 and the timer hits 10 minutes, then it is to then end the game. At the same time, we need this to generate it once. I don't want those times to continually click up when we're on the end screen. So how do I have it currently so the timer goes up? Let's just do a search. What is it currently that does the timer? No, not timer plus plus. We want lowercase timer plus plus. Case sensitive. Find all. There we go. That's a bit better. So that's setting that. That resets it. When the game sets up, it resets it. That's the top bar. Whilst the top bar's on the screen, it affects that. That could be a good way to do this. Because the top bar, I believe, is also not persistent. It just generates over and over again. Let's do the same thing here. So I'm actually going to do that. Where we can use that. Top bar will control the time. That makes sense. It's an obvious thing. We should have thought of this. All right then. So this is just going to be a random box within this. It looks of it. Will it be a part of the top bar? What's the top bar gone? Scream if you see the top bar. I don't see the top bar. Where are you? What folder are you located in? RST, so you should be there. Or are you in setup? You're in setup, that's why. Cool, so we found you. So we can come back and edit this as and when we need. I'm just going to clear this out again, because we don't need it right now. Right, what we do need, though, is we do need... With the top bars here, I might as well put it in here as well, so it is technically part of the setup. We're going to create a new object. I'm going to call this the time box. Oh, let's keep the name convention. Time box. It's not going to have a sprite. It's just going to be something that's going to be drawn. This is going to be the thing that's going to be made by the dungeon thing whenever it spawns. It's just going to be a simple, hey, the box needs to draw now, come in. So the top box, that will affect the global variables. The global variables will then do its thing. Ugh, this is getting complicated. In my mind, this was meant to be really, really simple. This has not been really, really simple. Why is that box over there selected? I don't want that box selected. You deselect a box. I wish I could just deselect things off the screen, but you can't, apparently. Anyway, so what you need to do is you need to draw step. And I want you to draw a box. I want you to draw sprite. I want to do the stretched version. Right, what I want you to draw, where are my sprites? Hood. Which one's which? Do I want the grey box for this? Oh yeah, well it's slightly different. All the top ones are different, so... Or are they? Are the top ones backing boxes, or are they wooden boxes? Oh. Just tap that out. It's not even something that's in the game yet, but it's still like, oh no, you can't do that. This could run and break the game. Random. Oh, the wooden boxes. So I think I might do a grey boxes for the bottom left. Right. Yeah. Tag box. So let's get rid of this now. Alright, so what are we going to be drawing? We're going to be drawing the backing box, because that just looks a little bit nicer. And obviously we want to be 0. Right, now, where do we want to generate this? We want to generate this in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. And it needs to come up 16 pixels. I think it's 16 we've got all the others set up at. Let's have a look at our top bar. Draw end. Health bar. X, Y plus 32. So it's 32 down. And it's generating all the way over there because it's generating from this bottom right corner down to it and then drawing up and across. If I take 32 off that, that gives me 2192. Which is about the size of the box, I believe. This is the best one. It's 32 by 32. Yeah, it's the backing box. 32 by 32. Ah, I see, because that's the box for the health bar. So it is. It's 32 by 32. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong ones. Okay, so I want this to generate 32 by 32 across. So Y is going to be Y plus 32. It's guaranteed to cross. And this is going to be at least X minus 32. So it's 32 up. So that works that out. Kind of. We're going to have to add some more to it still. Right. So the top bar. What draws the top bar and where does it draw it? And I'm guessing this moves with the player. Yes. We'll do the same thing for this. Step. However, in this instance, it's going to be plus 64. So I still want it to come all the way to the left. I still want it to be in the bottom corner. So that should now work. That is now going to be in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So this box, width and height. I'm thinking for the height, we'll just go for a standard. I think I've got 64 on all the others on the top bar. I've actually got them stretched out for this. It's actually based off the box itself. Let's have a look at the backing box. How tall are you? 64, as I thought. And it's 256 wide. Let's just go for the default for now. Which means the stretch command is a little off. 256 by 32. Oh wait, no, not 32, 64. Correct numbers. So I need to add another 64 on this to raise it up slightly. 96. I'm guessing that's my sister. So it's Here she is, man. No, she's saying the packages haven't arrived. It's 3 stops. Right. 3 stops away. Moving in next hour. There we go. Just a birthday present. I thought she's watching my stream so I could talk about this. The things I've got her, I've actually got her 2 gifts. I've got this really amazing cup. I'll bring up an image. Don't know how well you'll be able to see. Yeah, see, it's kind of glinting. Just a little pink cup with a lid, a little spoon. So, doesn't it? Being my sister is really the only gift you need. And then, I'm not sure how well this will come up. It's again because of the light. She's a little necklace. Just pretty on Amazon. Just a little necklace. Comes with a little backpack that says, "Badass sister. No matter where you go, no matter how much time passes, you'll always have me if you need me." Because face it, she is my sister, and if she needs me, then I will murder anyone for her. Right, so time box. That should now generate the dungeon. Should generate it. Wait. No, I've just got it so it sets itself. I don't have it so the dungeon actually generates it yet. The dungeon controller needs to generate this. What does it? And technically, what actually generates the top box? I thought it would have come from this. Where's an edit? Right. What's this actually called? Object underscore top underscore bar. Find all. The player create. So the player itself creates the top box. Whenever the players create it, it creates the top box. Okay. So we're going to do the exact same thing here. But I'm going to call it the time box. That should generate the time box every single time now. Did not create the time box. Why did you not get created? Don't explain that. I'm not sure if we're going to need this bit now. I'm going to keep it there for now. Actually, let's just delete it because right now it's not being used. Right, so where is the player? The player is in characters. Player. Why did you... Oh, wait. No, that's correct. I should generate a time box on the blackout there. The time box should then generate this box at this position. And it should follow the player around. I think I know what's gone wrong here. I've done this wrong. I did that very wrong. So that was actually generating at the bottom square and then pushing it down a little bit more, and then the X was actually making it go further left. I got my X and my Y the wrong way around. That makes sense. Now it should work. Campaign, random. There we go. So we have a box. This is exactly 32 pixels from the end. I need that to generate in the draw end event, not the draw event. It needs to be above the black. Change event to draw end. That's my dad. He sent me a video, I'll watch it later. So I'm getting a lot of messages today, aren't I? Campaign, random. There we go, it's drawing at the top now. Cool. Now, we're going to make a slight change again. If global dot game type is greater than or equal to 2, then it's draw that. So now if we go into campaign mode, we shouldn't get it, but the other two modes we should. Random, in a box, if we quit out. Oh, no, not campaign. Time attack mode, random, we do. Quit out. Just to double check, we'll go back into campaign mode, didn't generate. Cool. Cool, so that box is now generating correctly. Right. You are not going to be a persistent event. And just like the top bar, how this, when the game mode isn't paused, I'm just going to steal this. You are going to do the exact same thing. So this time, you're actually not doing that. You will be doing game time, which is also incorrect. It's not doing that. If game, nope, level dot game mode, game type should I say, is equal to 2, then it's to do that. I'm hoping I'm getting this the right way around. Else, let's do the opposite. Because one is timing up, one is timing down. Right then. So I'm hoping I'm getting that the right way around. I'm going to double check because I've forgotten which way around they are again. New. Right, so time attack, timed mode. So time attack, which is number 2, is the countdown. Timed mode is where it's going up. So I did, in fact, get them the wrong way around. Okay, so now the timer should now work. Well, add up, add down. And when it resets the game, it should end when the game is paused, fully paused, not just in a shop. It stops the timers. And the game won't reset if you change maps. Because this box isn't generated during the end screen, the timer shouldn't keep going up. We will test that now, just to make sure I am correct on this. New, we want timed mode. We want the timer to go up. So I pause it now. We go to variables, and we're looking for game type is 3, so it should be counting up. Where's game timer? Game timer, 148. So it is clocking up. No need to press play. This is going to be a real simple check. Because all we're going to do is we're going to exit the map. Pause the game now. Right to the bottom. Game timer is 8:20. Would be 8:29. $8.29. That doesn't make sense. Oh wait, it does because we're not dealing in 60s per second. It's not 100 steps per second, is it? It's 60 steps. Yeah. It's 60 steps per second. Yeah. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, let's see. We'll pause. All right, it is paused. So what was on? 8:29. So I'm going to unpause it, let the game run for a little bit. Just click some things. Doesn't really matter. Pause it again. Game time, it's still 8:29. Good. Play. Next. Around for a few seconds and then pause the game. Yes. Yes, that's working. Cool. That number's going to get really big really fast. Maybe we should actually change that to a bunch of variables and have that set. Because like I said, that is going to get really big really, really fast. Essentially, if we're saying 10 minutes, well, what's 10 minutes in frames, for instance? So we have 10 minutes, which is 60 seconds, which is 60 frames. So it's 3,000. That's not too bad. However, when we get into timed mode, if we go up to, say, an hour, they play for 1 hour, so it'll be 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 3,600, and then 60 again for frames. Even then, it's not too bad, I guess. 216 is still a big number. I guess if it's trying to do that as a hexadecimal, which we'll be trying to do, it as actually we're doing it in binary. How many bits would that be? Jesus, that's a lot of bits. It's not coming to my head. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. So I could do it in 6 bits times 3. 64, 128, 256, 516, 1,032. Should be 1,032? 16,032, yeah. 1,032. 2,064. 4,128. We're already on to 12 bits. Yeah, we might just change that slightly. Yeah, we'll change that slightly so it pre-calculates. I remember this. Oh, wait, no, that's ST. Oh, actually, no, we'll just keep it like that because that's just the time. That's how many steps are in it. I'm going to slightly change this. So, if the game mode is this, if unpaused, oh, the geese, do that. Why have I got a double if there? Else, if go game type is 3 and it's not paused, I want you to do plus plus. So now we've got game mode specific ones. I'm going to tab them out so they look correct. And I just press the caps lock button rather than the tab. Okay. So that one's counting down. Now, this is where we need to start adding some new variables into this, because we're going to need a global game timer for seconds, minutes, potentially hours for game mode 3, depending on how long people want to play. I don't suspect people want to play more than, say, 20 minutes. I mean, the game becomes repetitive rather quick, but it's better be prepared than not to be prepared. So, setup file. Is it the setup file we want to put this in? Yes, it's the setup file we want to put this in. So every time the game mode resets. Steps. Seconds, minutes, hours. Second, oh, let's put in caps. Seconds, minutes, hours. Do we have a game time S? Is that a thing somewhere? I don't think we've got a game time S yet, do we? It could just be because I typed it in at one point and it's like, oh, you typed this in. Right, so counting down. If game time, oh, need to put the global. Global. Why am I so bad at typing today? Game time. I've done it again. Why do I keep capitalizing every first letter? So, if game time ever equals 0, meaning it's hit the 0th step, technically we could just have this count up continuously. It would remove this extra step here. Yeah, we're going to do that. And then we can remove that from there, and we can also remove it from there. So, if game time ever equals 60, if equals 62, so this is the one that's, oh, for God's sake, I forgot which way around they are again. I forgot which way around they are. This is annoying. Right. Time attack is first, timed mode is second. Right. Time attack. Timed mode. So this one is counting down. Then, what I want you to do is I want you to global. Stop capitalizing the global. I'm just going to do that. Actually, let's just copy that. No, not all of it. That bit. Because it's basically just this over and over again. Is equal to 0. This is something that's going to happen every single time. You could just have that as a command outside of this. So it runs all this and then we don't need to continue, remember to reset it. Right, so we don't need to put that bit in now because it'll just reset every time. Right, so if you ever equal exactly 60, I'm going to say actually greater than 60, in case it double clicks and messes us over, or it has a hiccup somewhere. It's going to be the same thing here as well in case this hiccups. So actually keep that as equal, so it only does it once, and then if it does hiccup and go over, then we'll say here minus equals 60. So that way, if this doesn't kick in till it gets to, say, step 61, then it will keep that extra step and it won't mess the timers up. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So if the global timer equals this, and this is time attack, so it's just counting down. Oh, we haven't got this bit selected. So if that equals, then I want you to take the timer, S, and I want you to minus. If global dot, why am I typing something again? If global timer S is ever equal to 0, then I want you to take M timer and I want you to let's minus off it. And we'll do one more just in case. No if on this. If this M is ever equal to 0, I'm not having a lot of luck with my typing today. Right, H minus. Okay, now we should be able to take all of this, put it in here, and we just change all the minuses to pluses. It's plus. Same again here. Plus. And now we change these, so this equals 60. I've actually realized I've missed some steps in this. If it becomes equal minus the time, this should become equal to 59. Should it? So it equals 0. This is 0. It should become 60 technically. Wait. No, it shouldn't. This is wrong. If that becomes minus 1, become 59, and minus 1 off that. If global mem becomes minus 1, then HH becomes 1 less, and becomes equal to 59. So that way it can actually equal 0 and then clock down 1. Yes. And in this case, it's pretty much the same thing. This one added up. So if that equals 0, then add 1 to the seconds. If seconds equals 61, wait, no, equals 60, because that means it's hit a minute. That becomes equal to 0. Oh, no, becomes equal to 0. And I've done the same thing there. Minus 1 for the seconds. At the end, that gets reset. Seconds equals minus 1. Take 1 for the seconds equals. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So if L equals equal, let's see, seconds go up. That equals 60, so that reset. If minutes equals 60, then plus 1 to hours, and that's not tabbed out correctly. A lot of this isn't tabbed out correctly. They are tabbed out right. You are not tabbed out right. You're tabbed out correct. And hours becomes that, and minutes becomes equal to 0. Cool. So the timer should now work. Okay. Next, we want you to draw some things. I'm going to steal some information from here because it's a lot easier. just to steal this bit. Okay, let's put this into here. Now, hopefully this box is not big enough. Time. Actually, we don't even need to put time. What we need to put is 0, colon, 1, colon, 2, colon. Because I'm pretty sure if people see a timer ticking down, they're going to be aware of what that means. And this is FA, it's timing from the right. So it always pushes first to the right. That makes sense. Now, what I'm actually worried about is when this goes, this is going to need tenths of seconds. Yeah, this needs tenths of seconds when it's drawing it. It's okay. You can do this up here. We're going to need a create event, create. I'm just going to call them T. Yep, they can all be T, meaning tenths. You see, S equals 0 seconds, tenths of seconds. Let's make it lowercase s, so I don't mistake it for anything else. So seconds, no, not statistics, S equals 0, tenths of seconds equals 0. Minutes equals 0, tenths of minutes equals 0, hours equals 0. Yeah, because it doesn't need to have a 0 in. It doesn't need to have more than a 0 there. And if it wants to add more hours on, it can. Yeah, this will box it all in properly. Cool. So this is now wrong. Oh, no, that one's correct. 1. That to make the 2. I'm just going to copy this over because I'm lazy. It would have been just as quick to type it. 3 and 4. Now, what these will be is hours, tenths of minutes, minutes, tenths of seconds, seconds. Okay. Right, and now we need to get it to draw it in the correct spot. So it doesn't need to be drawn from here. It needs to be drawn from this Y. And this Y needs to have at least 32 on it. I pressed the shift key like 4 times there before I pressed that. So that'd be on the top. That'd be right on the very edge. I'm going to add, say, 8 pixels onto it so it comes over a little bit. Oh wait, this is drawing from the right-hand side, not the left. Aim my calculator again. Okay, so it's not drawing from this side of the box, it's drawing from this side of the box. So we need to calculate from this side across. So the box is 256 wide, but it's actually 32 pixels further in. So plus 32, so it's actually on the very edge. And then I want to minus 8 off it, 82, plus 280. Okay, now going up, this will be a little bit easier because it's only 96 pixels up, but I want it to come down 8 again, so 88. So minus 88. This should now draw the box correctly and do the numbers, but it won't display the numbers. What's wrong with this? Assignment operation expected. Oh, I added an extra equal. I make mistakes like that. I mean, bound to happen. Let's just go to timed mode. Random seed. Cool, so the box generates correctly. I might turn that up 4 pixels. So draw, take up 4 pixels, so minus, that'd be 92. Just having a quick look. Let's see if that's roughly where I want it. Yeah, that looks fine now. Awesome. Right, now we've got to do some steps. This is for actually calculating all that top lot. See, this can be calculated in time as long as that is correct. Actually, I'm going to keep a space there. Okay, so calculating things. Right, let's start with hours. There is a time for hours. Hours becomes equal to this. Okay. Next we have TM. Go down the line, please. M. Now, what these need to equal is this needs to equal this div 10. And I believe the line below just needs to equal the same thing, but mod 10. Because that's the tenths divisible by 10, and only that bit. And this is the remainder after being divided by 10. So yes, that is correct. This is exactly the same again, but the seconds, TS and S, and UR and S, and then S. So hopefully in time mode now, this timer should now work. Random. Yeah, it's doing the jittery thing still. I know that they vibrate. I'm working out how to smooth them out. Technically, everything's vibrating here. You can see it more on this box. 20, 21, 22. Times 22. Next. Oh. Oh. It's not supposed to do that. So I've got something wrong in the calculation of this movement. So we need to look into that, otherwise that is going to go off the screen. But the timer works. So there's something different on this top bar based on its movement. Step. Ah, yes. This will need changing slightly. So, if x ever goes less than 0, then it's zeroing on 0. If y ever goes higher than, if y ever goes lower than one screen, so if y ever goes lower than, what's it, the tile size times room size. So that should be the length of one room. It's a good thing I actually glad I actually calculated those out I actually set these early. So that way it should never be able to go lower. If you go to the very top room, it's like going up past the middle point, it shouldn't go beyond the screen point. So that's correct now. So it can't go too far left. It can't go too far up. Now we just need to do the right size. So, room width minus this. That's correct because it's back and forth. You should never go. See, this is actually correct for this, so it's not correct for the other one. No, it's not. That is correct for this. That needs removing. Because then the Y never goes below the room count. Yeah. That's not correct, so yeah. So that shouldn't go off the screen anymore. So the timer now works. We now have a working timer. Now, what we have to do is we have to get the game to set those times up correctly and end the game when the timer's hit a certain point, and then create a game over style screen. We haven't actually got a game over screen in this, so maybe it's time we actually put a game over screen so that we can say, hey, the game is now over. Which should then come up anytime the player dies, or if the player, runs out of time or completes their objective. Let's get a bit of string off now. Right, so all we're going to do is we're going to do another one then in the end screen. End screens. End. Create. Are you actually created by something, or are you just in the room? I think you're just in the room, are you not? Yeah, you're just in the room. Technically, we could use the reload room and create an object. What do we name this? Actually, no, let's just leave that as end. And create a new object. Object underscore game over. And then create another object. Create object. Which we call the end screen. Now, the dungeon reload. We want to get rid of this object here, which I believe is in the pause menu. No, where are you? Where is this object? There it is. We want to get rid of the end object. And I want to go into the controllers, and we're going to put in the end screen object here. Right then, so based on what we've got so far and how this is working, we can actually change or delete one of these variables that we put in at the start. Because we need these, because this is clearly making things a lot easier for us, and we need that one. However, the game start is not needed. So I'm going to change this to game over. As far as I'm aware, there's no game start. I'm sure we deleted it from everything. Right, so end screen, add, create. Wait, no, not create event. So I don't need you to do it on creation. What I need you to do is I need you to create a step. If, wait, no. I was right. Change. This needs to be done on it being created. If not, it will create it over and over and over again. And we do not wish for it to do that. If global dot game over is equal to 0, meaning we've come here and there is no game over, entered without game over, then I want you to instance create layer and just create an X, Y, ID of the layer, control, let's spell it right, control, yes, I spelled correctly, and I want you to create the object end. just how basic ends. So you've entered the stairs, screens come up, brought up the end screen, it's telling you, hey, this is how well you did. Right. Else. So you've entered this on a game over. At this point, I want you to do the exact same thing, but you're not creating the end event. You will create the game over menu. Cool. So we'll have a quick test to make sure that is working. Essentially, if I step on the stairs, it should still be game over. Game over being 0, sorry. Yep, so that comes up, and then we can continue. Cool. So that works so far. And that creates the game over screen. Right, so this will be the one that creates everything else to tell you this is how well you did, etc., etc. And it needs to basically draw this based on the game mode as well, because we could potentially die. We take too much damage and our health hits 0. I believe that's in here step. Hmm. Did I not put your health within your health? Could be in the top bar. The top bar is technically controlling everything. Huh. Unusual. Global dot. I think it's health. Find all. Let's just do health equals 0. Find all. Huh. Oh, well, it won't be global equals that. It'll be less than or equals, won't it? Because I also set it up for if we go way over. So what line were you in? What are you actually in? You're in the setup. Oh, setup. Are you a persistent file? You are a persistent file. That would explain that then. So you no longer do that. You instead go to room underscore dungeon reload. And oh, we need to have the go to on there. Go to there. Oh. Oh, it needs to be. I know what I've done wrong there. No, I can't do it. There we go. It needs to be like that. No? Is that not correct? What am I doing wrong? Oh, that's room go to. Damn it. Room go to. And I've missed a bracket. So that's the room I want you to go to. But that's not the first thing I need you to do. I need you to actually set global dot game over equal 1. So you have died. You are not getting the end screen so you can move on. You are getting game over. Cool. So health now works. That should do the exact same things we did before. And now we go to this new game over screen. Cool. All right. So what we need this to do is we need this to display various things based on the game type. I want him to drink. I'm actually going to potentially make myself a cup of tea right now, or a cup of coffee. Yeah, coffee. I've got coffee things behind the kettle. So, I'm going to take a 5-minute break right now, just so I can make myself a cup of tea. A cup of coffee, should I say, because I actually want the... I've got a ball pouch. That's just where the light's getting through my hair. So I've definitely got hair there. It's a little bit thinner than usual. But I guess you can see my scalp. I'm not thinning, really. Anyway, so I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to say 2 5-minute break, just so that I can make myself a brew. When we get back, we're going to set this up so that the game over screen fully works on whatever it is we were doing. And guys, we're back. And after just looking at that screen there and looking at Raven, I mean, you can't see where my cursor is, but she shouldn't have a belly button. I mean, it makes 0 sense. So I'm going to have to edit that picture. Is there a space? There is. You can barely read it. And there's definitely not enough light on my screen because my webcam is going a bit fuzzy. So let's open that a bit further. Let's open the other one the other way. There we go. I got rid of some of the fuzziness. Let's make my face. Turn that off. It's not white balancing very well, is it? Properties. Figure. Nope. Why did it come up over here? Gamma. No, not gamma. White balance is on auto white balance. Why is it not white balance properly? It is the white balance is on me. It's just really bright. Let's turn this brightness down just a little bit. Still, even then, look, it's making my skin really white. I'm definitely not that pale. Contrast then? No? Oh, contrast. It's about 4 or 2. Hue, maybe? No, it's not that. Oh, that's gone really weird. 0. I don't have a white 7 down. Or is it just no, not saturated too much. Why am I really white? There we go. There you go. I'm not as white now. I'm a little bit more redder. Might need to play around with those colours a bit more. Anyway, so now I've sorted that out, we are going on with this. I've got coffee. So this basically needs to now start drawing things based on our game over screen. The first thing I want to put in, surprise, surprise, is a back button. And I'm just going to steal that from here. Siege. I'm going to have to slightly edit this. Basically, I want it just for the position, so if I do that. If I say quit, what will the quit button actually do? Because it's bound. I know there is a quit button in this for when we leave a game. I think it's from when we go from the main menu. Quit options. Quit. Game end. No, that's not what I want. What is the button that we use in the menu to come back to the main menu? I could have sworn it was quit. Campaign random. Quit. It's just back. No, it's quit. Or is it generating pause menu button quit? The pause menu is using different buttons, isn't it? Yep, there we go. Right, so glad we've seen that now. Game over. Buttons should be buttons. Oh, press enter, so shift buttons P, and it should be called quit. Oh, caps. That should generate a button at the bottom, so we can just quit if we get game over. So now we can exit that page. So if we die, which we can test if we can die. Somehow glitch random. There we go. Get the mouse off that screen. And just because, let's put full screen mode on. I mean, it doesn't really affect, well, it does, but doesn't affect the dungeon. I mean, all this means now is that if we go into one of these rooms, we can still see into this room a bit more. I think. Oh no, it still cuts it off. Maybe we need to adjust that then. Go on, kill me, please. Oh, this is nice. Mopping up our own blood. It's just crashed. I think it's crashed. It has crashed. What went wrong? Why did our game die on us? My guess is there's something wrong with the go-to command I used. Let's just have a look at the other go-to commands we have in here. Stairs. You have a go-to. Let's see, it's just room go-to, and then it should do that. Okay. And it was in the setup file, was it not? Why have I gone to my menu for setup? So health is less than 0. Global game over, go to that, and then go to that. Nothing changed. So we should have gone here. The end screen, when it was created, it should have looked at the game over. If it was 0, bring that up. If it was not, it should have brought the game over box up. Game over box, upon creation, should create a quick one. Visible to the player. At this position. Why did it not? Oh, it could be because this actually set its position as soon as it created, and the other one didn't. Let's just run that again then. So it's potentially generating those buttons off the screen. It was nice to have a nice hot drink. Right, we still need to put in a lot of the other updates. Ooh, there's a jackdaw on the roof over there. Nice. At some point I'm going to try and befriend them all again. Oh, we've got a paladin. That's a quick way for us to die. And game froze. Why did the game freeze? Alright, let's have a look at some of these. Game over is 1. So we have died. Why did the game crash? What object is this? End screen. They should have posted some delivering. I should have drawn something. So why did it not go to that screen? Why is it one screen works but the other doesn't? Hmm. Good health. Let's find all references to this again. Let's just go through this and let's keep it case sensitive when it does it as well, so it doesn't come up with the other health. Alright, so we've got one here for if it's less than health thingy. Oh, that's less than 100, not. There should be no reason for it to crash. Okay, let's just see what's going on here. Let's get killed and see if it'll just take us to the end screen and brings up a regular end screen. I don't know why I did that. Well, something went very wrong then. Oh, it generated the stairs in that one and it deleted the fairy, and then the archer got pissed off because the fairy was gone. Why did it do that? It shouldn't be able to do that anymore. I'm sure we fixed that error. Yeah. Let's put this in a bracket form so it can guarantee it. Because if the fairy shouldn't have existed, it should have been instantly destroyed. And it shouldn't be running any of these commands if the fairy doesn't exist anyway. Oh, wait. Where is it? Where's your exit bracket? There. He said line 55, it's this line. For God's sake. Is this going to break every single one of my minions now? If instant... Oh wait, no, I've already copied that, haven't I? If instant exists... Tab this bit out. I'm pretty sure this is the same for all of them. What all you want to do is get one thing working. Somehow you end up having to fix other bugs, which shouldn't exist. All I'm getting from this is that at some point during its commanding, it got halfway through a step. The fairy must have been destroyed partway through the step, which it shouldn't have done, because it should be at the very beginning of the step is when... Why does yours look different? Why does yours look different? It's the same. Okay, let's try it again now. Hopefully it won't error out this time. So. Oh. I don't go away. Right, let's see if that's now going to work. Hopefully it does. Don't see why it wouldn't. Too far. Right, so that stage works. Now we need to get an enemy on the screen, let them kill us, and let's just see if it's going to let us go to the end screen. Because then we'll find out if it's actually a problem with the game over stage. Oh god, there's 2 paths. We'll find out if it's a problem with the game over stage or if it's just a problem with that room loading when we die. Nope, no NPCs on this path. Let's try the other path. Ah, there we go. It must have been up there. Let's just come on. Come on, please kill me. There's a little goblin. We can actually take quite a bit of damage. Maybe I should lower the health bar. No, I'm not that cool. And it appears the game crashed again. This is very odd. If global health is less than 0, you just go to that room. So there's something wrong with this. How do you make things come up on the console again? I forgot. See, this is why we have a web browser open. Let's bring this. Oh, separate this page down and we'll bring it out to this side so we can all read it together. Okay, so. Looking on console here. Let's do a general search console. Is it debug event? It doesn't like it's this. I should write this down because I often forget what this code is. Did it just show? No. I can't believe I'm doing this. ChatGPT, because you're quicker than me using thing. Using GML. How do I write to the console? Oh, so it is just that. Okay. Thank you, ChatGPT. So I was reading it, I just didn't really understand it. Okay. That's on me then. It's that back. Cool. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pop that there. Health is less than 0. The game has a game over value. Went to the other room. Let's bring up my chat box again so I can see it. If some messages me. No, we just lost a viewer. It could just be a case of open up ChatGPT and people don't like it when you use AI to tell you things. I would say in that situation that was valid. Because, yes, I could go on the forums, but it could take them an hour, 2 hours for somebody to come back and say, oh yeah, you should be looking at this command. Whereas, just going to ChatGPT who can tell me in seconds, tell me exactly what I want to know anyway. Yeah, somebody doesn't get some credit, somebody doesn't get a thumbs up. But for something time sensitive like that, when I'm just looking for information, it's just essentially me going on Google, and rather than me going through every thing and reading, oh, this is what it does, this is what it does, this is what this page is. Just tell me what it is, it's quicker. I don't really like using AI for other things, especially at work, because I know my bosses right now, they're trying to use AI to try and track what we're doing. Right. Both of us in the video went to the other room. So it's trying to go to the other room. Why is it not going to the other room then? I have an idea. Instance. Oh, we need to do it last, I guess. Because it could be because it's hit 0 and this doesn't go away. It could just be trying to do this over and over and over again. We need this to be existence. We need this to have an existence. No, it becomes equal to 1. Oh, no. It becomes equal to 1. There we go. Try it now. Because that could be the problem. It's just that it's trying to run that code so many times that it's killing the game. And the game's crashing because it's like, I'm supposed to move, but you need to run like 20 billion times right now. So it just instantly fills the memory. So hopefully, now with it not generating itself more than once, it should hopefully. I'm also thinking I want to make one other change. And when we go on to the next screen, the water should refill itself. Because why would you start a cleaning job and not fill your bucket up and just bring the dirty water you had from last time? So we are going to make a slight change to that. Seems somebody's playing Fallout now. It was something that came up on some statistics things I read not long time ago. Since the Fallout TV series came out, the amount of people now playing Fallout 4 again has just skyrocketed. But I can't say much because after watching the series, I wanted to go back and play Fallout 1. There's the Archer. I like all mopping up our own blood. Right, next Archer kills. There we go. It worked. It was because it was looping that command over and over again. If we quit out, new game, campaign, random. There we go. And it refills our health. So, we've seen now the game over screen does indeed work. Timer box. No, it wasn't. That's what I'm looking for. I want the setup file. I want to get rid of this. And this. And this one I actually want to copy. Delete that extra tab. Go to notes. Alright, this is notes, it doesn't matter. I just want to put that there so I can always come back to it if I need it. because I'm going to forget what it is. I've forgotten what it was every single time we've looked at it so far. Right, so we have a game over screen now. Cool. Okay, then, so we have our timer box. It does all the things. So now we need to have it so that if we go into these two game modes, that it ends the game on a very specific thing. So what I'm thinking is, when you click on the button to take you to the menus to say, hey, I want to play time attack mode or I want to play timed mode, that the two randomized buttons, the randomized seed and the input seed button, get moved, drop down maybe 2-3 box lengths. Then I want it to give another box at the top that says, say, 10 minutes or 4 floors. And as you click it, it then goes up or down. If you left click it, it goes up floor. If you right click, it goes down. Can we right click during the game? Does it bring up any menus? No, actually, it shouldn't do. Let's see. Yeah, so if you left click it, it goes up. Right click, it goes down. And then have it loop if you go too high. Then we can have that set as a global variable to say, hey, this is the action. Oh, so I just want to adjust how I sit. Yes, I'm grabbing it. This chair, really. Let's grab one of the bed pillows. One of the flat ones. Just give me a little bit more cushioning. It's a little bit better. The other thing that's good about it is I've got back support and armrests. So I only really use this when I'm streaming or recording. Usually I'm just sat on my bed. Or even when I'm watching TV, I'll just lay on my bed. It's way more comfortable. Right then, so main menu, buttons, right, new game. Right, it's these ones. Right, so these two are the ones that generate new things. Right, so what I want is I want to drop this down. So that's one box value, that's 2 box values. So I want to create a new box in both cases. So I'll just copy this quickly, paste that there. So I've got the location. So if I make that 300, that's 1 box down. 500 would be 2. So 5 and 700. And this one, I want to call this one button. I want to name it room. Oh. And in this case, I want to call it time. I think that's the right way around. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? Oh, God. Why can I never remember which way around these 2 buttons are? Oh, God. Time attacks first, time mode is second. So the first one is time, the second one is room. Right, in these 2 cases, I don't want these buttons to draw their names, so we're going to have to change that slightly. So if I'm going to put some notes on this. Oh, no, not that. I'm going to put it at the start so I know. Drawing the box. The text in the box. Nope, we need to put the 2 slashes. Right, so if name is equal to room. Actually, I'm going to do this in lowercase. Room or name is equal to time. I'm going to bracket them off so it's just generalized 1, 0 for everything. Then I want you to do this. Else, I want you to generate the regular information that you would normally do. I'm just going to go back into this again, and I'm going to actually change what they call now. I don't want this to be time and room. I want this to be lower cases. That way, because I know every single box has capital letters, this will be the only instance where a box will generate without it. But these may get split. Well, these will get split down, actually. It shouldn't be or. Yeah, so get rid of this. We can get rid of the brackets technically now because it's just a single thing. Else if. Oh, don't want to get rid of all that. We just want to get rid of the time bit. Cool. So now we've got the boxes for those two. So they should now generate different information. That should look. Should do what I want. Time attack. There we go. And then we've got them two. And same with this. And that generates properly. Cool. Doing what it's supposed to. Nice. So. Now we're going to put some else ifs in all this. Oh, wait, what? There's some information missing here. There we go. Because these are just regular size boxes at the moment. So, next I need this to start generating the commands to state this is how many rooms we're going to, this is how long we'll be playing for and such. How am I going to do this? I could have a global variable. Yep. If I put a global variable in called limit, set up, and create. Yeah, that'll be fine. Global dot limit. Equal up to equal it to 1 to start with. 0 will do. Right. Now, if that'll be used to set the commands, and then we'll set the stairs to state if the game mode is game mode 2. And it's the same as that, then it does something different. It's obviously, when we get to stairs, is it game mode 3? Game mode 3 is timed, yes. So when we're on game mode 3, if the floor level we're on is greater than this limit, then the game ends. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we've got this. Right, so setup, not setup, main menu, button controllers. Okay, we'll do the steps first. Else if. Oh, it's my chair rubbing against my leg. I was kind of wondering, what the hell's that sound? Right, so if room equals room. Oh, no. Wait. Yes. Yes. Then global dot limit plus plus. If global dot limit is equal to what would you say, 11? We have it between 3 and 11, 3 and 10. Yeah, so it equals 11. Then global dot limit becomes equal to 3. So that'll allow us to pan up. Right. And if it's time, then I want you to actually plus equals 5. And if the global limit is equal to 65, meaning you've gone over an hour, this would say 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah. Actually, no, we'll say you can go up to a... See, this would be better if I could set this up so I could do it stage. So I could say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30, hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah. If global dot limit is equal to 5, global dot limit becomes equal to 10. Else if it's equal to 10, it becomes 15. Why have I got 2 ifs? Now, I know we could just say the plus plus on this, especially at this point. So if it's that, it becomes 20. The reason we're doing this is because now once we get to 20, we're going to take a bigger jump. Because I don't think there's going to be somebody who's going to be like, oh, I want to play for 25 minutes. But yeah, I could see people saying, oh, I want to play 5 minutes, I want to play 10 minutes. Oh, just play 15 minutes. Or 20-minute game wasn't too bad. Oh, we'll play for half an hour, we've got spare time. If you're on half an hour, the next jump would be an hour. Else if global, why am I typing this all out when I've got a copy paste? Limit is equal to an hour. Global dot limit is equal to 90. And I've realized I've got too many equals in all of this. I do this all the time. Else if you are equal to 90, we go to 120, it's a 2-hour play. Else if this is on 120, and go back down to 5. I think that seems fair. Okay. So next up, we've got to do these. So this is time attack mode. Global dot limit becomes equal to 5. And this is the room mode. So global dot limit becomes equal to 3. Okay, cool. So that now works. That should work, should I say. Right, now onto the drawing of these two rooms. So, in all cases, I want this to be the same. There's no point drawing it over and over again. So we'll just stick it here. This is the only part that matters. So, if you are in the room mode, rooms becomes equal to that, and that should equal global dot limit. I had to think there. I'm actually going to just copy paste that once again because I'm being lazy. And in this case, this should be, say, called time. Oh, wait, no, minutes. Minutes. All right, let's just make sure they line up and they click. They're clickable. Oh, we've missed something somewhere. Where? Ah, we've added the extra things there again. So it says time attack, 5 minutes. We need to make that box slightly bigger, but this seems... Oh. Something wrong on the 60-minute mark. Timed mode, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, cool. So there's something wrong with 60 minutes. What went wrong with 60 minutes? Oh. This equal to 60 minutes becomes equal to 90. I don't see a problem. I see a problem. That would have been the line I hand typed. Right, let's test it again. No, another one. Hand attack. Yeah, that seems to be working. But we're going to have to move that because that box needs to be bigger. And timed mode, you could also do being a bit bigger as well. So in both of these cases, these are in the wrong section. You need to go in the slightly bigger box, which I believe is campaign mode. Yeah, because that one's even bigger. All right, so we can now... Oh, Jesus. So we're going to need to put a little bit more in this. Or name equals room. Or name equals time. Okay. So what's up with that? That becomes that. All this needs tabbing out 1. No, wait, no, it doesn't. All of this needs tabbing out 1. Then put that there and put in if name equals campaign here. So now if it's the campaign box, it will generate this bit, and if it's the other bits, it will generate this. We'll also need to redraw this. Let's just steal this bit here. So I have to type it all out again. I could just easily type it out, but I don't see a point. So if it's any of that, then draw that box. Okay. Right, let's make sure that now works. So the big box is clickable. Cool. Cool. That's all working. Right then. Now we need to put the limits into the game. Hey, what are you working on? It's a basic dungeon cleaner. Let's get the game up. Let's run it into campaign mode. New campaign. Go. So you play as this little goblin, and your goal is to mop up a dungeon from all the adventures. The game is procedurally generated based on either seed or random capabilities. You can say I went random, so you can get a random seed out of it. At the moment, it's just multiple floors. There's NPCs in there that will try to attack you because, face it, you are the monster in this case. As you can see, the wizard is not happy with the little gobbo. It's just a case of just go for it, earn as much money as you can, slowly upgrade yourself. At the moment, we are currently working on different game modes. As you can see, we had the campaign, timed attack mode, and the timed mode. We're just trying to get the timer boxes and such working at the moment. The timer kind of works. This exact second, we're actually setting up the limitations so that, let's say, when you get to floor 4, game ends. When you get to 20 minutes of gameplay, game ends. So hopefully this should be working semi now. Let's see, so we got that. That now gets set, that gets set. The box is correctly drawn now. The limits get added. Right, so the next one would be we need to hard fix these limits. So, if leave is greater than complete, do this. Either way, you're going to there, you're going to be doing this. Go to current room. Increase the floor. What's this? Current room, max current floor. If global.current floor is equal to the global.limit Wait, we don't want to go straight in with that. No, we don't want to go in with that. If global dots game type is equal to, well, this is timed mode, so that's mode 3. And yeah, now that's correct. So if we're in timed mode, where we're trying to get to so many floors in the quickest time possible, then I want you to set the global.gameOver to now equal 1. So essentially, yeah, we got to the point you're playing in game mode 3, which is get to a set number of floors. If the current floor that you are on, so if you are playing up to 3 floors, if you're on floor 3, and that is the limit that you're supposed to go up to, you're supposed to be playing 3 floors. You exit, you get game mode 1. Because that's the end of the game. So that should now put a hard limit on that. Let's just have a quick run, make sure. How long have I been working on this? Overall, we've been doing... Well, the initial game that we built was a 24-hour run. Since then, we've done... What, we're on version 7 now, so this is my 7th weekend? Yeah, the 7th weekend I've done. I usually do 3 to 4 hours, well, 3 to 6 hours, I think is the longest stream, every Saturday. Then during the week, I don't do the live streams, but I'll do like the 0.0, the point version. So adding the little bug fixes and the little features we haven't been doing. So yeah, about 8 weeks, I'd say, roughly. Yeah, about eight Saturdays. Well, other than bug fixes and minor things that I've added during the game, like, for instance, the furniture. I added extra furniture offline because I didn't see a point in just like, I'm adding some bookcases now. Why do I need to show that? I mean, I already showed that the bookcase, the generation of tables and such on stream, adding extras doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to quickly run through this, just so we can see if this game over screen will work. That's if I survive. because the NPCs can be quite dangerous. As you can see at the moment, oh, there's an NPC. Great. I might make those arrows a little bit bigger. I mean, they're quite hard to see. But he is shooting at me. Yeah. It fended me off. So the graphics isn't great at the moment. I mean, we've only got left and right looking. I do plan to improve on graphics. It is on a later version. We are going to port this to phones eventually. There's a few other NPCs we want to add as well. I'm going to have to go past the NPCs again. Wait, what? The hell? Why did you run up there? I was too close to the fairy. You should have come straight to me. All right, we need to look into the... damn it, you got another hit on me. We need to look into the NPC pathing again. I mean, they're still having problems with the edges of furniture, especially the left and top side, but I think that's just down to their hitboxing. And where's the exit? It's not this way. Oh, make things worse is the next floor is going to be even longer than this one. That's what we need to do. We just need to get that as exit. We just need to get to the end of floor 3. Wait, what's that? Did the timer box come up with me? Oh, that is bugged. We need to fix that. Right, I need to look at that timer box again because that's clearly bugged. Right, this is floor 3, so this should generate an exit this time. Is there another exit there? No. On the bottom screen again. Oh, she got double paladin this time, I see. I don't like the paladins. They hit really bloody hard. I'm also thinking there is an AI issue I want to change. Because I've been trying to get the rogue to run towards... Oh, goddammit. Ah! Yeah, I'm trying to get the rogue to go towards the chest to open them and steal the loot inside. But they're having problems with that as well. So we need to look into that. Yeah, I'm not going to make out at any point I'm like a super programmer here. I mean, as you can see, we have got problems still. I started this as a junior programmer. Well, not even junior, even amateur programmer. You know, I've had some experience in, oh, god damn it, we're going to die. If that paladin touches us, we are dead. Yeah, so I've had some experience programming some games in the past, things like Pac-Man, Tetris. Did a Breakout. Breakout was very popular. And one of the big ones I did back in school was a little car getting chased by missiles. This is mostly where I learned this. I installed this on our school's computers and went through this massive war with computer techs to try and keep things running. And during class time, if I'd got ahead of my work, I'd just start building games. My tutors got pissed off with it. They didn't like the fact that I was programming in class. I mean, this is a computing class. You know, I'm trying to learn how to use a computer. I'm learning the advanced stages of computing and how to make things in a computer. And you're telling me I'm not supposed to be doing this? He's a bit off, but okay. I think she was just jealous because she was a geography teacher and she was teaching IT because we had no IT teacher at the time. Oh, god damn it. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Avoid them. Avoid. Oh god, he found a smaller path. No, please. We're trying to do a test here. I should have got God mode working first. Okay, so this is the only path left as far as I'm aware. We need a mini-map. Yes. Right, so this is floor 3. This should take us to the game over screen. It does. Thank you. Test complete. So we have established that this mode works. The other one we need to look into is timed mode, which was... That would be in setup files. Yep, the time box. So this should only apply when we're in game mode 2. All right, if in game mode 2, count down the timer. That's the count for the timer for the game mode. All right, gotcha. Right, so if in game mode 2, if wait, what? All right, yep. I see what I'm doing. Right. If this is equal to -1, and I should put this in brackets and get rid of the double bracket, the double if. If this is equal to this, and just copied that bit there. If m is equal to -1, and wait, is there a double space there? And hours is -1, meaning, hey, this is, you've hit 0. That's it. It's game over. Wait, should it be? So you hit 0. No, this should be 0. 0 and 0. The -1 was just to allow for us to have zeros, so we can click down. So if everything equals 0, game. No. Global dots. Game over becomes equal 1. And room. Go to. I want you to go to the room. No, it's RM. Go to the reload room. Cool. So that was quite simple. So now if timer ever hits 0, it should exit. This is going to be a little bit boring now. So new time attack mode, 5-minute game, random. Because we haven't set the game to set timer yet. We just generate straight to 0 time. All right, so we know the timer exits the game. I was expecting it to take us 5 minutes. So that is literally just because I forgot to tell the game that when you start a game and you're in time attack mode, actually set a time. See me. Oh, God. Okay. So that would be what? Button? Menu, buttons, button. Oh, God. Setup. No, step of event, should I say. All right, so that one works. That generates a random seed. Okay, so what I want here is, before we go into the dungeon, I should just make this a script, because then I can just replicate it twice. Create script. Set timer. Get rid of these top 2 lines. Cool. So when this is generated, all you need to do is look at global.timer. Wait, no, I've done that massively wrong. Amateur moves. Capitalization is important. Glots. Limit. Okay. If the global limit is equal to 5, meaning 5 minutes, then I want you to set, how have I got this done again? It's global mins, is it? I think it is. Global M? Yeah, it is. Global dot game timer M. Yep, hours, minutes, seconds, and little ticks. So I want you to set the minutes to equal 5. Simple. Oh, wait. If global is, I can make this a lot shorter. Rather than doing loads and loads of if commands, I can do this. So if I do that and then say if this is less than or equal to 60, no, really I should do it to 59. Yeah. if no wait, else if well, let's just copy all this. Global else if this is equal to is greater than but less than 60. Greater than 60. Let's just make that just less than 60. If it's less than 60, then generates time. That's just minutes. If this is greater than 60, but less than 120, and yeah, I had to think there for a second. My mind went blank. Less than 120, meaning it's either an hour or the hour and a half. Then global dot game. I don't know why it's deleted all the hours. Now becomes equal to 1. And global dot. Oh, actually, we don't need to do that part. If we just say that, then we say this is equal to global dot limit div 60, meaning now this will either return 1 or 2 based on the full time. And then we do the exact same code again. Oh, actually, I've just realized we can make this even shorter. Mod. We don't even need any of this. Because that just does it. That just 2 lines of code. And that should be M. So it takes the global limit, divides it by 60, the whole, well, does divisions, the whole return, so either 60 minutes or the 120 minutes will return onto this, and it will return as either 1 or 2. And this value, the minutes, will be whatever's left after divided by 60, so should always return 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. And if it equals to 60 or 120, those will equal 0, so it returns 0 minutes. So that should now set the time. I can't believe that was actually... Here was me thinking I was going to have to do this massive chain of ifs. When I first started, I would have done a load of ifs. I would have said, if this is equal to 5, then set this to equal 5. If it's equal to 10, well, else if it equals to 10, then equal it to this. If it equals blah, 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 so on and so forth. I'm glad I'm becoming a lot more experienced at this now. This is wondrous. I'm glad I can figure things out like this now. So, let's see. So, if we do random seed, then what I want you to do, well, if you click the random seed, should I say, I want you to, first off, destroy that, and then do that. If you click random seed, I want you to do the same thing again there. Wait. Yeah, because if you click random seed, I don't, not random seed, if you click create seed, I don't think you can exit. Or can you? Time attack, random. That's not what I want to look at. Quit. Time attack. Seed. You can go back. Oh, I should have done that. Yeah, that's wrong. So that's an ask because I've moved buttons around. Right, that just occurred to me. So if we go into time attack mode, we set it to say 90 minutes. Then we go into choose seed, click back. Then back again. Right, I'm going to fix. I'll show you what I'm thinking here. It's going to take me a second to think how to fix this. Setups. All right, first off, why are you not going to where you're supposed to go? Right, you have a problem with going y. If y is greater, if your y is greater than the room height, y becomes the room height. I think it's this. Or is it this? So it's one of these lines here that's making it go right to the bottom. So that should be setting it, the y, to the player and adding on 64. So y, if y is less than room size times the tile size. Room size is what I think it is. It is 20, right? No, it's not. That's why. Am I using room size anywhere else? Let's just have a quick gander. Oh, no, that isn't lowercase. Dyslexia kicking in again. Find all. It's been used in the time box. It's also been used in the top box. What are these being used for? No, that should be correct. 64 times 20. Huh. Wait. Wait. Why have I got it like that? Tile size times room size. That would make it massive. Is that the same for the other bar, the top bar? Tile size times, no, tile count. I've done that correct. I must have changed them for this, thinking, oh, well, this will be a quick way to it, but then I've done it wrong. I thought this is wrong, because that's the size of the room. So if y is ever less than or equal to the room size, right, so this is where I've gone wrong, because this is pre-calculated. So if it's ever equal to the room's smaller than the room size, so you've gone too high, then it gets rid of that. If y is equal to room height, then set it to the room height. Yeah, I think that's correct now. I think that's what I did wrong. I looked at the calculation wrong. So time attack mode, random. There we go. It's not following me properly. Now that I figured that, this is the bug I'm going to show you that I was considering that just came up. Right, so if I say new, I've got time attack mode. I'll set this to 50 minutes. I click seed mode. That has now set the time. I click back. I need to fix this. I click back again. I go into new mode. Then say we'll go to time attack mode. Random. Oh, look at that. Well, that set itself to 3 minutes because it's just set the limit again. I shouldn't have done that. So something is going very wrong here. What has gone wrong? Why is it going wrong? And what am I doing wrong? Why is my phone going nuts? Buttons. let's just have a look at this. Why am I in the draw event? The create event. I see how I can do this. Right, so if global dot game type is equal to 2, do that. However, I think this is still going to cause the same problem. It should remove. Oh wait. Oh, I've made a mistake. Made a mistake. So this will not set the timer when we go into timed mode. It should remove that, I hope. Right, so it stopped the limiter being set there. However, what I'm still thinking is if I do this, set this to 20, click seed, click back, then go into timed mode now. Random. No, 0. That's not doing what I thought it would do. What? If global type is equal to 2, yes, the game mode thing sets it. If I click random thing. What? If I click the back button, I need it to get rid of the seed maker as well. Probably get rid of it from there now. I'll get rid of the seed maker. So, does the back button? It creates this. When this gets created, well, it creates this. Sorry. When this gets created, does this run the rescript code? No. So if I click new, click time attack mode, set this to 30, click seed, that should have just set the timer. It has not set the timer. Why not? Press play. If I then input a random seed, so it didn't work. So this is getting more complicated than I thought the error is. Because this is not actually setting seed at all. Wait, that's why it's not setting the seed. So I put that in the wrong bloody box. Now it's going to cause the error, I thought. This is the error. It's just because I put it in the wrong box. This is the error I'm referring to now. I can see it, which I'm going to fix. If I go time attack, click 30, press seed, press back, go back into timed mode, then random. There is a way to fix this. What I need to do is go to wave press. Keep doing back. Level game type becomes equal to 0. Doesn't really matter, but game time H. ST, what's ST? Let's look into that. Becomes equal to 0 and global.game type M becomes equal to 0. What's this global.game type ST? What's this? Where is that in the code? And all. The results are ST. Let's just look for global S type ST. Find all. None. So how is it coming up with ST then? Very strange. Right, so that should fix that error. Next and final part. Oh wait, no, I've already got it. Oh, I've got the game over. Right, so if the time hits 0, this is the point where it's going to take forever. Oh wait, no, we tested it. It does work. But we should test it still. Random seed. There we go. So it's going to be 5 minutes. So we've just been on the screen so we can test the timer. I probably should have just made a mode for 0. Whilst we count this down, we'll look at some things. So once we've got this going, we need to start working on some of the buttons that are going to come up. Some of the things that are going to be displayed. So what I'm thinking is, for this timed mode, this will be based on how much money you have. Now that is quite limiting. I've just noticed how high the numbers are on that. But it lines up with everything else, so it's alright. I might drop everything down 4 pixels. Yeah. I might drop all that text down 4 pixels. Now, because we have the limiting factor of we can only have 99 coins, all you'd need to do is be able to mop up 94 blood before the time hits 0. It's probably not possible at this time. You'd have to upgrade yourself quite heavily. But if you open a few chests, you could get 99 coins. And that's it, you've got 99 coins. Then you just sit there, do nothing, you've got max score. So, I'm considering not just how much money you've got, how much blood you clean up. We could do a scoreboard-based thing. Well, we should have a scoreboard anyway. Scoreboard should come up for every piece of blood you mop up. That'd be like, I don't know, say 50 points. 1 point per gold, maybe? Actually, the blood will give you 49 points. Gold will give you 1. No, because you only have blood for getting... So when you get game over, you get 50 points per blood. We can do that as you mop up and play. But say 100 points for completing a floor. Oh no, that's too easy. If you get 50 points for blood. Let's say 10 points for blood then? 10 points for blood, 100 points for a floor? Yeah. Yeah. That should be 1,000 points, really. Because, face it, you need a minimum 30%. And if you get 20 blood per room, 10 rooms, 200 blood, 2,000, yeah, 1,000 points per floor, I think. And that way, if you get to just 30%, you maybe mopped up 30 bits of blood, 300, yeah, that makes sense. It's 10 points per bit of blood, 1,000 points per floor. 10 points for every bit of extra gold you have at the end? It limits you up to 990 points then. But it then gives you a reason to try and hold on to a bit of gold at the end. You know, there's no point spending it all if you don't need to. And then as for the timed mode, where you're trying to get to a certain floor level, then we can give you so many points per second you got left, I guess. That makes sense? Yeah. Well, I'll say 5 points a second. That seems kind of balanced. Still got a minute and a half. So that should be easy for us to calculate. we just have it come in at the end where, well, we have the game count how much blood you have. We say we create a score. So every time you mop up one piece of blood, then you gain 10 points. 10 points. Every time you proceed a floor, plus 1,000 points. Then at the end, take amount of gold, times that by, we said 5, didn't we? No, 10. It was by 10. Times it by 10, add that on. Then we just need, if you're in global mode, if you're in game mode 3, then you are to add on more points onto that. And that can give you a high score. So we could do it also displaying things like how long it took you. Well, if you're in game mode 3, put on the timer to say, hey, this is how long it took you to do this. Oh, we need to have it reversed for that, wouldn't we? So it's timed. This mode, you want it for how much time? Oh, wait, no, this is countdown. You want it. Huh. So this is going to be difficult because the timed mode is going to be based on how much score, how long you took. Right, so that does exit. Sweet. See, the time mode's got it the worst because it's based on a timer clocking up, not how much time you have left. Whereas this is... What is it? The time mode is based on how long it took you to complete the floors. So that's going to be constantly clocking up on how many floors you're left. This is going to be countdown until things. Time shouldn't really affect the score. Well, it should. In the timed mode, it should affect the score. It should take points off you for however long it took. We'll say 1 point per 5 seconds. Seems fair. Yeah, 1 point per 5. Or maybe 5 points per 5. No, because cleaning up one patch of blood only scores you 10 points and it takes a few seconds. So 1 point for 5. 1 point per 10 seconds? Yeah, 1 point per 10 seconds. Cool. Right, so we need to start working on the high score now. The score system. So when the game starts... No, it shouldn't be on this. This should be in the script because it's going to reset the score every time you run the game. Is there actually one called score? No. Game score equals 0. So every time the game restarts, set that to 0. Cool. Cool. Right. Now we need blood. Increase that. Increase that. Count +1. Global dot game score plus equals 10. Did you say 10 for blood? Yeah, 10 per blood. Cool. I'm going to copy this. What did I say? 50? That was definitely 10 per blood. And then we want it so if you go onto the steps, if flows like this, right, go to this room, if it's model complete, add 1,000 to the game score. Yeah. So that is now the scores being added up. We will be adding more to the scores because down the line we will be adding the ability to kill the NPCs off. That is advantageous, shall we say. Maybe a good, say 500 points for an archer. Maybe it's better just to kill the NPCs. Maybe it's better to avoid the NPCs. Who knows? We get a lot of messages. Okay, so that's that. Next we need... Another message. That's actually a proper message that time. Let's have a look to see who that is. Something important. It's Morgan. I can delay that, and I've got nothing but signal. That means I've not received a thingy, and I've got 2 text messages. Medical appointment. Yep, I know about that. Right, that should be my sister's birthday presents arriving. Text, saying they've been delivered. They have been. It's got a text saying they've been delivered. Cool. Didn't. There we go. That's the most two. Okay, so onto this. So we've got the game over screen. This is where the quick thing comes up. It's going to have to draw some things as well now. Draw. So when you leave, we can award points for health as well. So, first thing I want it to draw is we'll draw the health bar. We should have it draw text. The health bar. Let's steal this from top bar. See, because this actually does calculate things. Health and armor per. Do we want the water per? Do we want to give you point? Nah, we're not giving you points based on how much water you have left. So, game over. In the create event. Create a new line. 2 lines. Step event. Top bar. Let's generate this bit. No, not in the timer box, in the game over screen. Calculate these bits. Top bar. Draw end. This is the health and armor. End screen, game over. Draw. First thing you're going to draw is I want you to draw this. However, I want you to draw this somewhere different. You are generating in the center of the screen. So X does not need to change at this stage. What does it? We need to see where this is drawing. Damn, I did not consider that. Right, what? I don't understand how this is trying to draw things. Back and back in box. Oh, because that's the box that has the word health in it. And then has this. So that should be trying to draw it 32 pixels over from the center point. So that's trying to draw 192. That's 192 plus 32. 192 plus 32 is 224, which is that. So that's right. So 224, and that is 256 wide. Okay, we can work this out. So what? The next box is 256, and it's been drawn 224. That is how long it is. So we want to divide that by 2. 240. So we want to minus 240 off all these. So minus 32. So minus 208. Minus 208. I want to plus 132 again. Minus 224, that's 16. Yep, it's the same. That should be minus 16. Minus 16. And this is being drawn. That was plus 32 originally, wasn't it? So plus 6. Wait, no. $202. 202. Before I continue, because I did say this, I wanted to add 4 to each piece of these text. Why? So I'm going to make this 36. 36. And this one should be 36. Right. Game over screen again. Back to this. Right, your Y can now... 36. Okay, so that should put it down a little bit. I always need this to be 8 pixels more than... No, is that 4 pixels more than that? So I'm going to say plus 4 on that. And... 36. Yep, okay, yep, 4. 32. Y and Y. So that's bang in the center. Okay, what is it? 128. So if I put that up, 640, that's right at the top. Minus 100, 540. So minus 540 of all these. Minus 536. Uh, 540 plus 32, 510. 508. This is minus 536 again. 536. All right. Oh, for God's sake. All right, we'll have to do another quick run. Quickest way I can do this is timed mode. I should say floors, not rooms. Random. Because what I basically want to do is I want to draw this, but in the middle of the screen. Just make sure it is drawing it in the correct position. If it is, happy days. I should have just changed the limit to say I can do 1 floor. That would have been far quicker than doing this. It is going to be far quicker. Menu. Button. Step. If you click on no, if you click on where's the buttons I'm looking for? That's them. If I click on... Here we go. Set to 1. There we go. So that's 1. So now, anytime I come in there, this should now be on 1 floor. So, just got to remember to set that back to 3. Ting! There we go. Yeah, well, it's in a good spot. Cool. Remember to... Oh, what's that limit gone? Line 43. So, O button, line 43. Let's put this as a note here. Object underscore button, line 43, set back to 3. Just so I remember, that is where we are, and that's where we're going from. Okay, so we've tested that works. That lines up properly. Game over screen. Cool. Next thing I want you to draw another piece of text. But I want this to be drawn in the center. Wait. Yeah. It's going to be a string. Which will be exactly on X because it's being centered. Y will be... What, this is what, 250? 250-ish? We're going to have to do some trial and error. I'll say 100 less. Health remaining. And then I want to draw a second box. Armor remaining. I'm going to set that to 100 pixels less. New, timed, 1 room, random. As long as we don't press the button, it's fine. If we press the button, we can never go back to 1. Okay, that could be squeezed up a bit further. I might. So I want to make this, what, we'll say 50 pixels more. So it'd be 8, and that would be 400 now. Raining. And then I want it to put space 0. This shall be global dot health. This will have the same thing. 0 global dot ammo. Oh, we need to put a comma in that. I'll now set those variables. Is it a bit more squished up? We shall find out. Oh, I see, because I put those in rather than bloody commas. Yeah, that's my bad. New campaign. Oh, no, not campaign. Time mode, random. The mic in ear is really itchy today. I don't know what it is. It's about me and streaming and just itching. If I'm allergic to... Ooh, that's a little tight. I like the distance between these two. If I drop it down 20 pixels, both. So, actually 10 pixels. So 70 and 20. New. Random. Yeah, there we go. Got some distance now. Quit. Create. Health score equals 0. What was we saying? 10 points for every point of health, I guess? Yeah, sure. Health score equals global dot health times 10. Yeah, we'll bracket this rather than doing it as 2 lines of code. Actually, no, let's leave it as 2 lines of code. And then health score plus equals global dot armor times 10. Right then, so we agreed, what was it, 50 pixels between these. So if I copy this again, so minus 50 pixels would be 370. Yeah. Health and armor score. Armor score equals, and this shall equal health score. Okay, so that's the health put into it. Next, we want how much gold the player had. So they get money points. Actually, if I think it adds 1 to it. Current floors. Current floors 1, you want score based on floors completed. So you want floors completed, which would be what, -1? Because if you've exited it, then you'd go to current floor 2, which -1 because you complete 1 floor. If you die on the floor, then it will -1 off the current floor you're on because you haven't completed the floor. Yeah, makes sense. Equals global current floor minus. Wait, when I click game over, what's it create? It creates the quit button. Does pause? Does that? Bring up the pause menu. Pause buttons. If you quit, yeah, it does run the setup again. Cool. So it will reset the scores. So current floor. Technically, we didn't really need this, but I guess it just makes things easier. And I want 2 more lines. Again, I guess. Let's copy these 2. All right, current floor. No, floor's completed. Floors completed. This is going to equal floors. Floors completed score equals that. Equal floors times 1,000. You are going to be dropped down to 3, and you are dropped down to 2. So that's the floors completed. Wait, is this? Oh, it's already started adding. Has it already started adding onto the scores? Great. No, it hasn't. So generates that. Global health. Right, that's all set. That's the score for that. Yeah, with it not having create added out to the global game score yet, we should be okay on this. Okay, another line. Nope. We alternate which line we copy so we get the numbers correct. So now I can drop down to 2. Okay. Game score. U shall equal global.gamescore. Game score. That's how many points you scored in the game from cleaning up. And for, what is it, cleaning up and... Oh, we've got it to add points on whenever we exit the floor. We don't need that. Let's go back to the stairs. Stairs. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, we don't need that because that's going to be added on at the end in this menu. So that should now just come from blood. It'll also come from NPCs. That's up to the player. Right, so game score. Now I need another one where it's going to draw the amount of money the player has. We'll steal that from the top bar as well. Don't need any of this. Setup, I believe it's top bar. Yep, top bar. Draw. Where's the bit for gold? Right, so I'm going to tab these out. Health and armor. Don't need to tab them out. I'm going to space them out. I'm pretty sure it's center of the screen. Okay, move a screen, back to this. Pretty sure that's central. Because that draws it on it. You're what? 256? No, that's not central. That's drawing it from the top left. What am I thinking? 256. So minus 128. Each of these. 8. In this case, it should be minus 128 again off this. What's what? Minus 128. I could work that in my head, but I don't plan to. 634. Okay, so that should now be central. We have to remember we have to put these back to center after this. So I'm going to put that in now. Right, so I want it, what, 20 pixels less than this to start? Wait, no, I don't. 50 pixels would be the jump to the next thing, but then I want 10 because there's a box. So Y would be what? Minus, what's 50 less than that? 1 this. One of that. Minus 10 because of the box. 6. So we'll get that. Right, these were 32. Right, so this needs to be 4 less. 2 or greater, should I say. Okay, so that's maximum coins. Let's just have a look, see how that looks now. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. I've got something wrong there. But it looks central. Oh, because I've not put the minus 120 on this. Oh, what was this before? Oh, for God's sake. Ugh. Right, it was that and it became that. So what's the difference? 215 minus 762. So that's 250 greater. Why did I click that? So if that's generating at minus 128, so 128 minus 250, 212, 112 should I say. 122. Jesus. Something is seriously wrong with me today. I should maybe at some point get some kind of head scan or something. I swear I've been hit around too many times. It's just slowly deteriorating. No, it's because I'm just getting old. There, it's lined up. Game score was 0 because we didn't clean anything up. Right, we were going to award the player. How much per gold? $10. That was it. Because it was supposed to be just under 1,000. I'm just going to work out whether this is going to go now. Minus 256. Right, so if that's at minus 120. No, minus 166. Take 50 off that just to test. So 116. And this is gold score. It's going to equal global dot coins times 10. Let's just see if that lines up. I guess we can penalise the player no matter what for time. Random. Yeah, maybe we should have the timer always come up for the regular game mode as well, just clock up. The only time it needs to do something different, right? I want that to go a bit lower. What's the difference between that bar and that bar? It should be the same. Close the debugger. Right, between my top of my health bar, which was 540, and this one was 536. Oh wait, no, it's the text. 576. So 540 minus 476. I had it go down. I had it go down 64 pixels. Okay. And I've had this one drop down 50. So 14 more. So 0, 2. So quick look. New game time mode. I'm at some point going to have to go back and look at all my episodes. Every second we spent programming this game, and then come up with some kind of timer for the bottom corner to say how long we've actually spent on this game. There we go. 50 gold. Looks lined up. Cool. So, let's see. Is there anything else that needs adding on? So, we've got the amount of health and armor you've got remaining, number of floors completed, and the score you get for it. And I'm only going to state that because there could be some modes where that changes, or down the line, as you add more floors or less floors, then it could increase or decrease. Game score, obviously 0 because we didn't clean anything up. We need to test to make sure that works. But I'm guessing it does because it's just based off the same calculations as the gold is, and gold actually worked. So, 50. That is the game score. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. I'm not going to give you points based on your upgrades, because that's up to the player. The player can then decide, I want to get this upgrade to make me score faster, or so I can run around quicker and I can get things quicker. So you're not getting points on upgrades. Because if you're spending gold on like health potions, then that's you trying to survive. Or maybe you're trying to skank that few extra. Ooh. Get 10 points per health. Technically, it is better for you to spend the gold. Yeah, it's 70 gold, I think, for a health potion, if I remember right. So if you go and get 70 gold, that's using 70 points, what you would gain, I think you gain a quarter of a health bar. So you gain 250. So you don't lose them on the way out. Technically, you can lose them on trying to exit. It's up to the player, really. I guess the only thing left then is to penalise the player based on their time. See, now this is where it gets a nightmare. It wouldn't, because when you're doing time attack mode, the time would be 0. So there would be no time score. Yeah, it's going to work out. You lose points based on your thing. Right, quit. So, final piece. Last one, time score. Time score will equal. Right, this needs to equal the total time for the game, which would be global dot game time H. Oh, let's just put the plus in first. Minutes, seconds, minute. Both of them seconds. So add them all together. And then times this by some number. Oh, wait, no. No. We said for every 10 seconds. Okay, so we got that. Time score now becomes equal to time score div 10. So every whole 10 seconds. And time score becomes equal to this. Oh, wait, no, we can just do that in one line. So work that out. So 10 seconds. And you become a nice version of yourself. Draw. Next line. Let's go 50 pixels again. So that's now 50. time. Oh. N L T. I can spell that right. That becomes equal to time score. And then the final one is we want total score. Random. Yeah, so we could definitely put that bar now onto the main game, because if you get game over, then you want to know what the score's going to be, surely. And if you're getting penalty based on your time, so that should be -1 already. I'm going to wait until it gets to 6. Yep, see, -1. Cool. So what I want now is I want to make a slight change. Slight change. I don't know what menu it's in. It's in set up timer box. Here we go. If game mode is 2, that's counting down. I want this to count up, so this could just be an else now. That just adds up. If game timer is over. Yeah. Yeah. So where does it generate this box? So now I'm gonna have to change that. So time box find all. For instance, if game mode is greater than 2, create a time box. Where's this? In the Godlow. No. I just want to use create time box now, because having the time in the main games would be quite useful. So you can see how long you've been playing the entire game. Yeah. Cool. Print screen, that's game over. Total score equals 0. Draw. Finally, I'm going to draw one last thing. Total score I'm actually going to slightly change this. I'm going to put this in all of these. There. Just makes it look a bit better. Cool. So that displays the total score, and I want you to just display that, and I want you to destroy. We'll say plus 50. Total score. Right, and what I need you to do is I need this to now calculate a total score. So total score will equal, is it game score? Oh, game score. So we equal that. I don't think I've manipulated that in any way. Game score. What's game score? There it is. Oh, it just says it is. Alright, so add on the game score. Plus on health score. Plus on, this is got brackets, floor score. Flaws, because there is no floor score, times +1,000. What else? So we've got health and armor. That's done. Floors is done. Game score is done. Coins. It's gold times 10 and minus the time score, which would just be plus time score anyway, because it's a minus number. Gold is times 10. Plus on. This will be brackets again. Global coins times 10. And then plus on time score. Oh. Why is it not coming up? Just on the time score. That's not on. Floor value equals 1,000. Coin value equals 10. Coin value equals 10. That way I can control it from here, so I don't have to keep going through all the steps. And I'm going to go in here again, times that by floor value, and this becomes times coin value. And that should now give us a proper high score. You know, it doesn't mean much to random people. You know, but you can always now say to your friends, hey, I played Seed Ravens mod, the good seed, the best seed, and I scored 200. So just exiting the map took me 3,500. Technically, that's wrong. That's wrong. We didn't complete 2 floors. We completed 1 floor. That's wrong. Okay. So what went wrong? You should be global floors minus minus. Floors. So that didn't work for some reason. For some reason, it didn't minus minus, or it added an extra floor on. Let's just have a look, see what that just did. Timed mode, random. Oh, please won't there. Pause. Where's our current floor? Current floor is 1. And then went to 2. Huh. Current floor is 1. So something's going majorly wrong there then. So 1, it didn't increase. Go to reload. Okay, what I think was happening there is it was doing the reload. It increased it to 2, then read the code that we wrote, and then decreased it to 1 again. So doing it that way around now should fix the problem. Yeah, because it was essentially just saying, hey, yeah, set yourself to the global force and then -1 off it afterwards. Yeah, see, now it's fixed. So that's pretty good. Just exiting the game gets 2,500 points. Well, it will do just that with what? Because you're getting 1,500 points. You're getting this bit here. Then it's any bonuses. I mean, did we not clean up some blood then? No, we didn't clean up any blood that time. So unless you can find a way to exit the game in less than 10 seconds, you're always guaranteed 2,500 points. But that seems to now work. Let's go to campaign mode, random. This should now start working. I'm going to get myself killed on the next floor. Just grab some gold. I need to make them more obvious that they've been opened. It's still quite hard to determine that has been opened. Nah, good amount of gold here. Oh, which is good. Oh, more gold. This is where we're going to be earning our money. It's gold. So we're going to be losing a lot of points when we die. But I want to make sure that it does work. Ugh. I'm not running all the way up, so let's get gold. I mean, we're already going to lose 4 points as it is. I might need to decrease that. I might make it 5 seconds. Because, face it, you can complete floors pretty quickly. Okay. Oh, they're just really slow to follow the fairy. The fairy needs to move slower. Alright, I'm supposed to be letting them kill me, aren't I? See, I only got a time penalty of 1. Huh. Health rating is 1. Oh, because it had to set it to 1 to move me forward. Right. Shit. Okay, I can make this work. No, I can't. Because it had to become -1 to... It's +1 to do that. See, because I don't want to take 1 health off the player just because you've gone to that menu. Because somebody at max health was like, oh, it's not fair, lost 2 points. Also, the time thing didn't work. So we need to look into that. That could be some more fixes I need to look into. Right, so why did this not work out properly? Why did you only return a score of -1, not -4? Let's just run that again. Wait, yeah, I'm on my own times mode. I'm going to wait for this to get over 20 seconds. So you should now be at least -2. No, -2 this time. I think I understand. Quite. I see what I've done wrong. Because if you've got 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second, that's just going to come +3. So I must have left at 1 minute and less than 10 seconds. Right, so what I actually need to do is I need to bracket this off to individual components. So again here. But this one needs to be times 60. 3,600, because there's 3,600 seconds in a minute. This one needs to be times 60. Yes. Now that will work out correctly. Cool. So those modes should now work. Oh, jeez, my back. Oh. So, scores now should work correctly. And we've now got time mode, time attack mode, and campaign mode. The knights need to move a bit quicker when they're following the fairy, admittedly. Or the fairy needs to go slower. I think for now it'll do well. It will go in a bit bizarre. We've seen a few bizarre things today. Is there anything else I really need to look into today? Don't think so. I mean, there is still God mode. God mode being cheat mode, where you just don't die and you play endlessly until you decide, I want to quit this because I'm bored. Technically, we don't need to do that. Alright, so what have we actually achieved so far today? Going through this, we've got these two modes, time attack, and we have campaign mode. God mode, I'm going to remove this because I don't think that's a good idea. I'm going to put it onto here, and I'm just going to say cheats. There should be a tablet. A little ticky thing. But I would say overall, now that we've moved cheats up to things we need to add into the game altogether, so 1 plus, this is done. We've added the modes we want to add. We've got campaign mode. We do need to add a save feature. Save features do need to come in at some point. So I'm going to add that up there as well. Save/load needs to come in. I actually need to do some reading to figure out how to actually do that. Because I'm not 100% sure how to implement like multiple save features or multiple load features. I can maybe do 1 or 2. Well, I could probably do 1, a direct save and a direct load. Most people prefer to have like the 2 or the 3. Maybe that'll become just a mode in itself, an update in itself, the save thing. More stuff and furnitures. Put it there. Let's face it, for this, the next update is actually going to be the big one. Scrubbing the extra tools. So I'm going to conclude that these bits are now done. So what time are we? We're on 4 hours. The shop shuts at 6. It is 6:15. 4:15. So I think for the next couple of minutes, we're going to try adding a few of these features we've missed in the past. Yeah. Yeah, we could add a few things. Maybe add some more furniture, or we could start working on this designated room feature. Maybe I could put that in and just not implement it into the code. So what we'll do then is we will Windows. It's not Windows, is it? It is not Windows. It is Tools. Where is the thing to build the game? Is it because the game's running? No. Or my debugger's open? Build. Ah, here it is, build. We'll create the executable for edition 1-7. Save. Though I can get that up online, I will put that up on right now. well, once it's finished compiling. So, as you guys can, I need to drop it down first, don't I? So you guys can all see it is going online as we speak. Edit game. Right, so we want to add, upload a file. Did it save into here, or did it go to my other file folder? There's 1.6. It went to the other folder. Delete the 1.6 edition now. Yes, it actually went to the GameMaker folder. GameMaker Dungeon Cleanup, and 1.7 is not here. Where did it put 1.7? Where did you just save? Create executable. Where did you create? Oh, you created it into another game. Shouldn't have gone there. You should have gone into GameMaker. Cut. Dungeon Cleanup. Paste. I can get rid of the 1.5 edition now, because I'm never going to play that one. Cool. That should be in the correct place now. Edit project. There we go. 1.7. And we'll move you straight to the top. Obviously, I'll create the devlog when it comes to the stream ending, because there's no point in showing you that on this side. And we rename it as an executable for Windows. Change display name is 1.7. You don't need the exe. There we go, it's on there. And our descriptions. We directly draw from this. It is this version. We want this copy, and I want to move that onto here, onto my roadmap. You're just going to be a pain, aren't you? No, why did... What? What? Go there. No. It's our roadmap updated. Cool. Save. So as usual, guys, thank you all so far for those who are sticking around. The game is now live. It is as usual. It is located at this web address right here. No, you should be able. No, you can't quite read that properly. So it is located here. And I will make this bigger format. Size 72. No, 48. 72 is too big. Puts off the screen. There's where you need to go. So raven-falls.itch.io/dungeon-cleaners. Cleanup, sorry. Great site. I mean, well, it is a great site. There's a lot of games on there. I mean, this game's on there. So it's free to play. It's always free. All my games are always free. All the different editions are on here. So you can download whichever one you so wish. Obviously, the most modern one has the best features. The older ones don't. You can't see them metadata here, so you should be fine. So yes, as we can see here, suggested donation is $1.59. However, pricing $0 or a donation. It's up to you. Whoa, little squirrel just came in the middle of my eye. So, for the last little bit of our play, we are going to start working on room designation, some dungeon stuff. So, how am I going to make this work? It is going to have to be a calculator. Scripts. Where is my scripts? There. Room calculator. Room designation. So what is this room designation? The room designation is supposed to be this really complicated, really complex script. It will determine things such as what the room, well, specifically what the room is going to be. So, is this room going to be a treasure room? In which case, it will generate a lot more treasure chests. There may be a table over to one side with some gold on it and a chair. There could be, I don't know, some kind of pedestal with a magical item on there. You know, just some decorative things, the kind of things you'd expect to be in a treasure room. Or if it decides, oh, this room's going to be a library, then it's going to generate a lot more bookshelves and potentially have, once again, a desk over to one side with some chairs around it, you know, for somebody to sit down and study and read a book. But then if you go to, say, the cafeteria, In a cafeteria, you're not really going to be expecting things such as bookshelves or massive treasure chests or things like that. You're just going to have tables and chairs for the little NPCs to sit down and enjoy a hot meal. You maybe have a little kitchen area over to the side. So this room designation is designed that it assigns the room to a specific function. And then from there, it will use the I think it's the table seed we've called it. Or is that just to generate tables? No, it's just to generate tables. But essentially at this point, it will take the room function that we have currently, and it will then say, hey, this room is meant to be a library. You are going to use these new scripts. And if it has to generate, say, a table, then it'll still generate using the table seed, obviously. But this table seed will now instead look at what room are we in first, so it can work out which ones it can and can't spawn. This script has also got a secondary function. It is to check the rooms around it. So you wouldn't, for instance, have a treasure room between two cafeterias. That just wouldn't make sense. So the idea is that when it generates the dungeon, it can form a more coherent path. Have treasure rooms like at the end of an exit, right at the end of a dungeon where the stairs haven't spawned. And then in between there and everywhere else, you'd have everything else. So this is now where it's going to get a lot more complicated. I'm thinking the first room that we need for it to first thing it needs to do is it needs to calculate what the rooms should be. So it will need to use parts of the seed, floors, room numbers again, as usual, to come up with some kind of calculation for every single room. At the same time, it needs to come up with, why am I looking at that page? I shouldn't be looking at that page. I should have this page up. It needs to, at the same time, look at things like, are you still playing? Yes, it's not picking this up. It's not picking up correct information off this page. Strange. Very weird. It's not telling me how many people are viewing this. Okay. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so I'm thinking overall, once it's done the calculator, the first and easiest room for us to calculate will be the rooms at the end of junctions. Because those rooms are going to be the only ones that are going to be treasure rooms, obviously. So these will be rooms that have one entrance, but do not have a set of stairs. I'm going to have to change a lot of the coding for this. Because essentially we're going to have the stairs spawn before everything else. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do this in this time frame. So maybe we won't look at the room designation yet. Because we're going to have to change all of the spawn features. This is going to be now controlling when the stairs spawn and such. Because the stairs need to spawn before everything else. It needs to generate the dungeon, work out, here's the path. And then each room, in turn, then needs to generate all the rooms. Each room then needs to be added to that list of where the stairs could potentially spawn. Then it needs to spawn the stairs, then it needs to spawn everything else. Because until the stairs are spawned, we don't know what treasure rooms could be. Then it needs to take all the rooms which are right at the end, or the end rooms. Those can potentially be treasure rooms. And that will override any other designation they get, as long as the stairs aren't there. But I think that could be generated last. That'd be the very last part of generation. Well, designation. It would designate all the rooms. See, this is where the problem's going to come in. So it would need to go down the line, designate what the room is based on what's around it, which is where the problem's going to come in, because it's going to need to look into its doors, check that side, like, oh yeah, this is a X room, so it can't be XYZ. Selecting the room is not going to be too hard. Yeah, because what I'm thinking is for it, each room will be given what it could potentially be. It gets a list of potential, is what we call it, where it could be A, an empty corridor, or B, something else. Or whatever. So always empty will always be the first option. And then it will then look at what came before it. What was the room that it was linked to? And then from there, it then adds something else to its list. Yeah. So if it adds something else to its list, see, this is where it's going to get annoying. Because then it can take from that. So it would essentially like look at the room it's come from and be like, hey, because you're this room, that means I can add this to my list. What you're going to find then is at some point you could get, say, a long tunnel where it could go cafeteria, a kitchen, then another cafeteria. So we won't include kitchens. I guess it would. So I want to get this room designation because I want it to have, like, say, libraries and like dining areas, common areas, kitchens, etc., 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 so that it has like a natural flow to it. Because at the moment we could get rooms where you get loads of bookcases on one side of the room, in like one corner, but then all of a sudden you just get loads of tables for no reason. I think this makes sense. I bet Mojang had the same problem when it came to them coming up with the script to do biomes. Because at one point it used to just generate random biomes. Generate a biome, something would be assigned to that biome, and it would generate all its blocks. So you'd find you'd have a snow biome right next to a desert biome, which makes no sense. So I know down the line, I don't even know what edition it was, they tinkered with this and changed it so it checked the biomes around it to determine what it was and did like a heat mapping kind of thing. So it'd be at 0. And as it got down to like minus, say, 10, it would start to generate the colder biomes. And as it went up to 10, well, minus 10 and 10, as it went down to minus 10, it would generate like the Arctic biomes. And as it got up to 10, it would generate the desert biomes. So that way, a hot biome would never generate next to a cold biome. We need something similar. Now, I have been thinking the whole, hey, if 2 rooms are next to each other and they're the same type, that the walls between them can be deleted. So that way you get, like corridors or larger rooms. And that would be interesting. But that relies on us having the room designation already put in. So you'd need things like, for it to say, hey, I'm a library. And then the room next to it, hey, I'm also a library. But I don't want, say, a library connecting onto like a kitchen. So it would have to be an empty corridor. Empty corridors can link to other empty corridors. Then it's off the empty corridors is where you'd have the other rooms. And then the other rooms would have to link to another empty corridor. So it's getting a bit more complicated now. Because I've also stated that if it puts 2 rooms together, does that count as a single room? Does it count as 2 rooms? Because currently, like, for instance, how our dungeon spawns, floor 2 onwards, it generates, say, 10 rooms. And then it draws out the 10 rooms, and then each time it gets to a certain point, it's like, oh, I want to split here, or maybe it doesn't. And then each one of those splits then counts as another room until it's generated 10 or more rooms, and then every room that it now generates after that, it closes it off. Obviously, you don't want it to keep going. The only reason I say 10 or more is because you could get a point where it's trying to generate 2 rooms at the same time, and the first room it generates is room 10, and the next room then would be room 11. So it takes you slightly above the 10 count, but it stops. It knows now, hey, my room is too high. I've got a lump on my foot. Yeah, my room is too high. Time to end. See, those are the... So, This is where I'm coming to the double, should be single rooms. Because if I combine two rooms together, say, two library blocks come together, they combined, make a library, one big library. If we state that's only one room and we return another value to it to say, hey, you can still generate more rooms, if this generates a giant library, for instance, where it just keeps spiraling around, where it makes this bigger library, you could end up with one library that could be, say, a 3x4. That would be a massive room to have to clean on its own. But I don't want it to just randomly generate corridors. If I could figure out ways to make it just generate, like, say, long corridors where it have gaps in it where we could put side rooms, that would be a lot better. I could do that. I would have to change a lot of the code. But I could have it do that, where rather than it randomly picking that path, that it's just like, hey, it's time to go forward 3 blocks. And at the end of that block, say to it, it's time to generate a corridor. I could do this. It would just have to generate set things. So it'd say, hey, generate a corridor that is 1, 2, 3 rooms long. And then based off that, then it's like, I'm the first block of this. That means I can generate on these 2 sides. And then it randomly decide, based off the seed. When I say random, I do mean off the seed. Which one of those has a door? Which one doesn't? And then that will then activate that room. And then that can then be designated a room. And then that's something I can generate. Like, face it, you could have a cafeteria opposite a library on a corridor. As long as the two aren't touching, there is a corridor between them. But I don't want it to say, hey, library block, corridor block, freaking cafeteria. You need to have a bit of a distance. And then at the end of each corridor, the end pieces, that's when it puts the junctions in. Yeah. And if the junction takes it over the treasure threshold, over the threshold of rooms, then that's when it can have a chance to generate a treasure room. That could work. Well, surprisingly, my last half an hour has just been me chatting about how I'm going to get this to work. I'm going to have to write some notes. I might have to do this in offline mode and sit there and do some massive thinking on how I'm going to get this to work. Let's just get up Photoshop. Go 1000 by 1000, just so I can draw some stuff. Where's my toolbar gone? There it is. And I'm going to make the brush a bit smaller. We'll zoom in a bit so we can draw some things down. So here's what I'm basically thinking now. So we've got the starting. Well, that's a very dull class because I was drawing cream colours earlier. So we've got our starting room. So what I'm thinking is, over then on the first floor, which has to go straight into the stairs because it is just like the demo room of, hey, here's one floor. I just realised on that 1.7 version, we didn't reset any of the score things. So you can just run between floors. There's no music, no full screen. I'm going to have to re-upload 1.7. Right, so say floor 2 onwards. What it'll do is, we have the starting room. Straight out of that, it activates this. This will be a junction room, if you will, where it can either choose to generate a 2-path or a 3-path in any direction. I'm going to say it generates this. From there, it will then determine, off these rooms, it has to generate a corridor of 1, 2, or 3 blocks. I'm going to say in this way it does 2 blocks. So it generates that and generates that. At this point, it then has to generate another junction. So just junction room. And then this room then has to determine, hey, I want to go X, Y, or Z. And it goes off. Now, at the same time, what it's going to do is as it generates, because it will be generating room by room, it will say, hey, I need you to activate this one. Remember to activate this one, because this will become a room. What it'll do is it's like, all right, so on this room, there is a chance that this could become a door, or this could become a door. And if this becomes a door, then it can generate another room here. This would then be, well, not really. So let's say it activates this one, it decides, I'm looking at the screen. It decides, hey, I want to put a door here. So now it'll activate this room. This room will now designate itself a library. Lib. Now, what it can do from the here point, it can then decide, hey, I want to turn these blocks into library boxes to go with it. Or it might decide, nah, I don't want this to be a library. Actually, I want this one to be library, so I'll activate this one. I don't feel like activating that one. And then this one will then do the same thing. This becomes a part of the library. And it might decide, based on the seed and increasing values of it, so we'll add a weight value. Actually, no, I don't want to make that one it. I will consider opening this one. It's a weird looking library. And then this one, because it's got a higher weight value, might turn around and say, no, close. And then each one of these rooms afterwards, we'll do a quick check. Actually, I'd have that one then say, hey, do a quick check to make sure this one hasn't been activated, because if it has, then you do need to activate it using the same generation techniques. And then what this could then do, then say, hey, now this has been done. What I want you to do is I actually want you now to just delete those walls. Make a nice smooth looking library. Same on this. Because this is now generated as a corridor and it's done with its generation, just say, hey, get rid of these bits. So now you've got this long corridor. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will decide, hey, I want to keep... Maybe I want to just keep this little bit here. Maybe just keep that. And then on the next bit, and just go, yeah, let's get rid of that bit. So it's just like two little corridors. That's what I'm thinking of this designation thing. It's going to get really, really complicated. So that room designation might actually get pushed back just a little bit further in the things. That's why it is put in here. It is in the plus. I do want to do it. I do want to add this, but I'm not sure how. It would mean having to rewrite a lot of the script. I'm going to move that to a different line because that is not going in part of room designation. Well, it will be in room designation because it will be a boss room, but there's going to be something more powerful. I was actually thinking of designating stairs to potentially being boss rooms, because wherever the boss creature is going to be, the boss NPC, it's not going to leave this room ever because it's there to guard that room. It's doing a duty. It might not even be an NPC. It could actually be one of the creatures, and if you enter the room, it will attack you. But anyway, guys, I think that about wraps us up. I'm going to have to do the designation in my own time because that is going to get really complicated really fast, and I'm probably going to have to FAQ a few things to get it to work. I may have to bring in some AI to help me. Most of the time, because I'm doing it, I'm not going to be quick. I will be using the forums mostly because it is a quick, easy way to do it. I'm going to rectify this problem I've generated and forgotten to fix. What was the line we had to fix? We had to fix line 43 in O button to 3. That is in the main menu. O buttons, line 43. This one needs to be changed back to a 3. Setup files. That's not the setup button. It is in the setup. It is setup. Is it setup script? It's not setup script. It's the O setup file. There we go. So full screen mode active. Music active. And you need to go back to 30. I'm going to make a save for me. I'm now going to build the executable. don't go there. I've told you before about doing that. I want you to go to Game Maker. I want you to go into your own folder, and I want you to save over that. Yes, to replace it. And then we're going to... Oh, it's not finished. It did another line. It's completed now. Go back to this. You didn't dare 55 submission. No. No idea what that's on about. Okay, so we want to put this new file back on here. That should replace the old 1.7. It did. Oh, that's still got the dashes in it. So is that one. Not dots. Because it knows what the file's called, and that means I made a mistake, and I'm quickly trying to replace it. Change display name. And there was one on here as well, wasn't there? This is still got the dashes. This has also got the exe at the end. There we go. It should all be the same now. Dash, dash, dash. Dot, 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 and no exes. Cool. Save. Okay, so that's now actually online properly. So, we now have game modes. You now have ways to check the scores and be able to compare with your friends. And, of course, we've also got the seed also fully working in there still, so you can all run the same maps if you want to. Okay, so on the next edition of this game, when we come in next week, we're working on 1.8, we'll be adding the tools. Yay, tools! I'm actually adding another edition. 112. Multiplayer. It stands for itself. We're adding multiplayer. Co-op. And versus. Co-op. Versus. And... PvP. This will be LAN edition. Online edition. I'll put question marks on that. Because I'm not 100% sure how to do the online side of things, but I know how to do this bit at least. You know, where you can do LAN, where you could both play at the same time. Let's face it, currently it's the WASD controls, so you could always have somebody using WASD, somebody using arrows. Also, there's something else we'd like to do. Other monsters, I'm going to move that up to there, and I'm going to put this. Control settings. So, that's now mapped out. So, 1.8. That's going to be next Saturday. That is the 4th. I've got a long weekend then. Cool. So, on the 4th, we will come back. We will be doing the tools and shop update. That is this stuff. Now, what is the tools and shop update, you might be asking? Tools and shop update is, as we say, we're going to be adding new tools and updating the shops. Essentially, what we're thinking is we're going to be adding things like a scrubbing brush, sweeping brush, duster, so we can add different types of dirt into the game. So things like your scrubbing brush would be used for things like scrubbing blood out of a carpet. It will also be used for scrubbing up blue slime. What would it be? Yeah, it'd be a hand brush, not a sweeping brush, scrubbing brush. So yeah, it'll be used for scrubbing up blue slimes and for mopping, scrubbing out blood out the carpets. We are hoping we can get the carpets working. Your sweeping brush will be used for things like sweeping up bones, and our dust will be used for getting up cobwebs and such from the area. These will be power-ups that you'll buy throughout the game, and slowly as the levels add up, I mean, the second floor onwards, you might get the duster, so you can get rid of the cobwebs. The next floor up, you might get your sweepy brush, you get rid of the bones, and then your screw brush come later. So those will be things, let's say, as you advance, the shop offers you them. The power-ups that you mentioned there, that will be new relics for the game for you to improve yourself. So it'll be things like a ring that you can buy. Well, we're thinking things like rings. You put a ring on, you can have one of 3 rings, but you can only wear one at a time. And you might have a ring that says, hey, the first time you take a hit, or on your final, first time you take a hit, teleport the player to a different room, a room which is available to you. Or if you're about to die, if the next hit will kill you, teleport the player away and give them 1 health or 5 health or something so they don't die. Like a sacrificial ring. And then the ring disintegrates. Or maybe it will be an item power-up that increases your maximum health. It could be a power-up which gives you temporary double speed. It could be... What other power-ups were we thinking? Those other things. Oh, the coin bag. So it'd be things like upgrading your coin bag so you can carry more than 99 coins. That would be very useful, especially if you're trying to get a high score and you're going for a coin run. I'm trying to think, what other power-ups do we consider? There was the mention of pets. Pets could be coming into this, so you get things like a bat, which can use its echolocation, put a little arrow to where NPCs are within, say, 3 rooms of you. And it's going to have to be rooms, not friggin' distance. I mean, that's going to be the tricky thing, is working out what room it's in, and if it's within a 3-room path of you. I mean, actually, we'd just do it on the pathfinding, wouldn't you? You say, hey, draw a path from here to here, avoiding these objects, avoiding walls, specifically avoiding walls. And then if it is less than this distance, then, you're good to go. Yeah. And, there was actually mention of a mount, potentially a mount, so you can ride around. But whilst you're on the mount, then you can't mop or dust or anything. But it does give you like double or triple speed or something. It's there to, hey, you've found stairs, but you want to clean the rest, so then you could get on your mount, run off to another set of stairs, and then carry on cleaning there, and then get on your mount, run off to another section that you didn't explore, and clean that bit. And once you've explored all your other sections, you get back on your mount and you run to the exit. Minimap would be good as well. That might actually come in this. Minimap. Trying to think, is there anything else? Yeah, so then, along with the shop update, because I say it's a shop update, it's not just us selling you new items. We will be updating the shop completely, rather than it having it. You've got your 5 standard items. Was it 5? Speed, water, mop speed, armor, health, wage. Yeah, you got your 6. Those will now potentially swap out, based on a weight system. So it's got a better chance of generating the standard ones or the less likely to want to show up ones. And then it also has a chance then to have a chance to generate the higher one. So a relic, for instance, might be less likely to spawn. Magic ring, for instance, will have a less likely chance to spawn. And then once it decides, hey, I want to spawn a relic, it will designate this is the relic I'm going to spawn. Or it might decide, hey, this time I want to have a coin bag. And then it will give you the coin bag. So, we'll have that. And then, of course, then the shop will not only be in the first room, but there's a chance the shop could generate elsewhere in the dungeon. At the same time, I'm also thinking that as just as the shop could generate in the dungeon, there's a chance that the water fountain might not generate in the room. Because... So, guys, so look forward to that. So, next week, shops, items, new types of trash to clean up, so we've actually got more of a gameplay, rather than it's just, hey, we're just walking around and fill up my bucket, I don't know how I'm going to make these fully work. I mean, the scrubby brush, technically that's going to be using your water, but a sweeping brush isn't going to be using water. You'd be sweeping up bones. Maybe I'll have, when you get a scrubby brush, you get maybe like a dustpan and brush or something. and you get like a trash bag. You got to fill up. Once the trash bag's filled up, you got to go dump it. Or you've got to go buy more trash bags or something. We'll find a way to limit that. Same with the duster. Maybe after the duster gets too dusty, then you've got to go get it cleaned from a very specific spot. We'll work out those and how we can do it. Maybe the duster's just like infinitely good. Who knows? I'll find a way to put a limitation on these so you can't just infinitely do them. And I'll work out some more for this. But until then, guys, I've rambled on enough. I've been rambling now for about 50 minutes.